Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, November the 1st. Okay, thank you, William. You guys can see me and you can hear my screen. Okay, so some Bluetooth issues again for me this morning. When I say again, I haven't had them for months. So you're going to hear a little bit of music in the background. You'll probably hear my sound alerts. I'm not able to use my headset today, so we'll have to, hopefully it's not too intrusive. Just slightly in the background, but I do have to hear my sound alerts, so you will hear them. So let's take a look at what is happening this morning. So the big one so far this morning is ABVC, ABVC, ABVC. And why is that one up? I can't see any specific news on it other than trading higher, abnormal activity, social media, etc., etc. So, yeah, it rises fourfold amid social media buzz. So I don't see any specific reason for it, but there's the ABVC. I saw this one. I remember saying to myself, you could have all you want at 812. MTTR. Well, these, of course, are big names from last week. MTTR, another nice move. Great move on Friday. Great move on Friday. I think this was, I can't remember if this was it wasn't an AI alert, but I know what I probably was in my option scanner or something like that. But another continuation now, not quite an all-time high. ON was gapping up. Let's see if ON is gapping up. It's an earnings play. ON is an earnings play. Semi, all-time high. Look at this. Wow, what a gap up for ON is an all-time high now. Now, USWS, my guess is that this gap has not maintained itself. Okay, so what did it do? It got up to here. Basically, they just provided some kind of an update. That's not bad. 318 back down to 281. There's the 200-day moving average. You can see where it got to. Probably 318. Yeah, so there's the 200-day moving average right above it. USWS. Again, let's see what happens once it opens. It's a relatively low float. BTBT. Now, this looks like a big gap down, but you have to take a look at the fact that it had this massive pop towards the end of the day. So that is kind of influencing that. So yes, it is down 15%, but you know, this was $9.86, around $10, and then it popped. IONQ continues its march upwards. IONQ. Another new high, lifetime high, almost 16. What did it do on Friday? It got up to 1603. So it is really a lifetime high. Remember, we're not counting lifetime highs and things like that are not counted in the pre-market. So, but basically, as we speak, the lifetime high was 1603. So it's just a little bit above that. XPEV, 2,230% year-over-year increase. XPEV, of course, a big China EV play. So it's a big gap up for XPEV. BTTX is, what is it doing? BTTX, big gap up. Yeah, about 54%. So this looks like this was, I don't know if this is an IPO on Friday. Completed the merger. No, this is the, okay, Mountain Crest Acquisition Corp. So they completed the merger. So this is now BTTX. I guess it was completed on Friday. So there's a big gap up for it. Look at the volume. Look at that volume. We have no float information on it. ARTL is another gap up. And the only news I could see on this was Wainwright initiating coverage on it with putting a very aggressive $4 price target. Okay, so sitting at 122 right now. TRIP is a gap down. TRIP is a gap down. And do I see any news on it? Specific news on it? Barclays cuts price target by 38%, so I guess that's the news. Barclays has put a big down target on it, cutting its price target by 38%. They're suggesting a target of 30, whereas before they had 49. And OII, just as I was opening the room, OII, what are you doing? Little gap up here. Yeah, it's not much. When I saw it, it was up at 1420. So anyway, it is, again, one of those that was pretty active, I guess, on the downside last week. I don't really recall seeing it that much. Is LCID an exhaustion gap? No idea. Let's take a look at LCID. Of course, it was a big flyer last week. A couple of topping tails, though. You know, buyers, remember, buyers had it up to here. On Thursday, there's that topping tail. Closed on Thursday down at 35.82. Buyers had it up on Friday, up to 41.55. Buyers closed it down here. But it's up. I mean, it's up again. Of course, it's huge EV play. I also see ORPH. ORPH. Now that is that crazy Danish stock. I call it the crazy Danish stock because if you're in this room about 1, 2, 3, 4 months ago, you remember it got all the way up to $77 on basically nothing. But there it is, higher after the company provides a regulatory update following a Type A meeting with the FDA. So, okay, I guess they're saying that's good news. Mark, look at the volume, 3.8 million shares. And let me just see a couple of things here. So that one could be interesting. ORPH, very, 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 very whippy. Even though it's not a crazy low float, 28 million in the float, it's not crazy low, but you know, we've seen this one in the past, so you've got to be awfully careful with it if you're going to take it. Let's just take a brief look at the trade of the week. CLF is the trade of the week. So the suggested entry, if you got the email, is a pullback to 23.50. So not live. This is a pullback play. So if it pulls back to 23.50, considered live. How you trade it will be up to you, of course, if you take it at all. NXTP is gapping down, also $1.97 per share financing, and it's well below the financing price. Like, this is getting clobbered below that financing price, NXTP. You know, it's funny, when I saw this, I thought, I was really interested in taking it. I thought it was some bad news. You know, well, it's not a bio, but I thought it was some really bad news. Now, it's not great news when you're doing the financing. No existing shareholder likes to see their position diluted. And so the financing is done at $1.97. It is way below now. Of the warrants, okay. All right, excuse me, 9:15. Let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Actually, we have a few of each, so let me get the downgrade or the upgrades in first. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Trade of the week is CLF, Kieran. CLF. Considered live on a pullback to $23.50. All right, get some of these downgrades in here now. Trying to see if there's any sort of a pattern, or can I see some multiple downgrades? In other words, one stock being downgraded by several brokers. Ben, I'm hearing, guys. B-E-N is triggering. B-E-N. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Well, options don't trade in the pre-market, right? So what are you suggesting, PJ? Is that it's stacking up to look like that when the market opens? Is that what you're saying? Because there's no option trading in the pre-market. Now look at LAC here, guys. LAC on the move here. Lithium, another EV play. So EV plays are. And look at the potential gap fill. So the high in the monthly chart is 28.75, so it's above that. Look left, 40.93. So look out. Look at the LAC. LAC today. This could be. I mean, it's already had a bit of a choppy week, but now it's maybe going to attempt to try to fill in that gap on that monthly chart. Back out the weekly. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a potential gap, the start of a gap fill. All right, let's do a quick. Now, first of all, the market's going to have a positive open as we speak. Okay, so let's take a quick look at the sectors. I'm going to click on from our toolbar, click on New, and then Doc Channel Bar, and then Sector Status. VLTA is starting to ring here also, guys. So when I say this is text, you probably hear it a little bit in the background. I do apologize. I don't have my Bluetooth connection has gone kaput this morning, so you're gonna hear a little bit of music in the background. You'll hear my sound alerts. Hopefully they're faint enough so it's not too disconcerting for most. So let's take a look at the major sectors. So energy. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. As an example, there's the energy sector ETF, XLE, that's the major one. These are the stocks that make it up. And as we speak, 100% of them are up from Friday's close. Okay? I don't know what you mean by that. My gap up and gap down did not show up. I don't know what you mean. Here are my gap up and gap downs. I'm not sure I know what you mean in the alerts window. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. Oh. I see. I see what you mean. Okay. Let me just see. Hopefully I still have it. Recent. Okay. Okay, there you go. It's a bit of an abbreviated list because of the issue I had with Bluetooth. I was trying to see if I could troubleshoot it myself, and I just couldn't do it, so. So let's take a look at the sectors again. So every sector is above 50%, correct? Yes. So every sector, there's not really, I mean, you could say materials is about 50-50. Again, this can all change once the market opens, of course, but there's tech stocks, 77% are up from Friday's close, financials, 88%, etc. So that's what these percentages refer to. So again, energy, 100% up. Again, it can change, of course, once this market opens. Just try to remember what these look like now. I'll take a look at it about an hour from now. Okay, Felix, that I won't be able to help you with, but if you go to our homepage, I'll give you our homepage link. That's an accounting issue, so if you go to our homepage link, and start a live discussion, you'll see something that says start live discussion. Give them the email address you used to sign up. Okay, and they'll take a look. Is this part of the Interactive Brokers? At any rate, yes, okay, so yeah, just go to the homepage, they'll take a look, make sure you give them the same email you used to sign up for it, and they'll take a look at your account and see what's going on, okay? Unfortunately, I'm sorry, I can't help, I don't have access to that accounting information. It might have been you didn't fill out the exchange agreements correctly. There could be several things, but don't worry, they'll look at it and they'll get you running. So a couple more. So again, the EV plays still alive. Another one, FSR, VLTA. VLTA just popped up. I mean, look at the gaps. Yeah, again, Felix, I can't help you. So you'll have to go to the homepage. I'm sorry, I personally cannot help you because I don't have access to the accounts. So just click on that link and make sure you just give them your email and they'll look at your account to find out what's going on, okay? I just threw that out as maybe typically that is a reason people think they've filled out the exchange agreements correctly, and sometimes it's just not. I'm just suggesting that could be one reason. Might be something else though. When you're logging in, I mean, the other thing is that our username and password are case sensitive. That's a common error. But again, best thing, just go to the homepage and they'll take a look at your account. Okay. This Ben was on the move. Is this an earnings play by any chance? BEN? It is an earnings play. Yeah, so Ben is an earnings play. November 1st, pre-market. Earnings today before the market opened. You can see that right there. So Ben is an earnings play. That's a nice gap. It's a big float, over $250 million in the float, so it's a big float. When you look left, 33.07, so it's a little bit above that high right there, and then the next high looking left is 33.49, so it may struggle to get through that. Meanwhile, NXTP is just getting absolutely whacked here. And KLA, well, again, EV plays, of course this is a beaten up one for the longest time. I have no thoughts on it really. I mean, it's, it's had all sorts of negative publicity, or negative information, shall we say, after it got up to this 92 level. It really hasn't broken out like the rest of them. Well, here's another one, probably EV. If this isn't an EV play, EV Go. EV Go. So this looks like this was an IPO 3 months ago. EV Go. And the MTTR continues to make new highs. Look at Lucid, LCID. I mean, it can be a difficult intraday trader, but boy, if you believe in all this EV stuff, that's a pretty strong one. Okay, one moment, please. Boy, ON is having a heck of a day. I mean, this is a semiconductor in that sector anyway. Well, it says ON semiconductor. So look at the day. Look at this. I mean, what a gap up on earnings for ON. All-time high now, of course. Now, I'm just going to briefly mention this one. I couldn't see what was going on with it. I mean, it almost looks like a dividend again, one of those dividend plays. Just the way it's flatlined. I just can't see any news on it. And that is the LAUR. I just don't see any news on it, but this looks like I just don't see it. I mean, this looks like a dividend, that's been paying out, and because I just don't see any news on it. So, if anybody has any insight on LAUR, great. It was a dividend. Thank you. I thought so. It's just I cannot see it in my headline. So it's interesting because what was the one on Friday? Hey, we're less than a minute. Come on, William, you're slacking here. Less than a minute to the open, everybody, to the first day of November. So let's have a great trading day. Sort of a new month, new week. And here we go. We are now open. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, so OCGN, of course, this is the India play on virus. Okay, again, what the COVID, and I know there's a lot of controversy and all that, but all you can do is look at the chart. Okay, doesn't really matter what we think. But there's OCGN had a little run at the end of the day. Yeah, I know you can hear it. My Bluetooth connection is not working today, so sorry, you're going to have to put up with it because I absolutely have to hear my alerts, so couldn't get it fixed before the market opened, so I know you get a little bit of music, hear my alerts. They'll settle down a little bit. And look at ABVC. Wow, ABVC, look at this one go. 11 million in the flow. This is the crazy one, guys, of the day. I mean, this got up to 13 pre-market. I remember saying to myself, I said this when I opened it, I could have all I wanted at around 8.12. And this just got halted. ABVC just got halted. IONQ, another fantastic. I mean, you wanted to swing this one. I talked about this one, you know, for anybody, potential swing trade. Probably back here, you know, was making an all-time high, broke out. I didn't take it as a swing trade. I'm not a big swing trader, but just kind of pointed it out as a potential one. Fubo, guys, Fubo on the move. FUBO, is this an earnings play? And the answer is no. So Fubo on the move. Look at the, short float, big short float, 20%. I don't know. This might be a memer right now with that 20% short float. I really don't know, but I'm just looking. I don't see any headline suggesting that this is a social media play as we speak. Yeah, Lucid is a tough intraday trader for me. You know, it's up, down, up, well, especially in the first 30 minutes. So I don't like to trade in the first, really 15 minutes. Look at this Matterport, MTTR. MTTR. Not quite an all-time high. Don't know where that all-time, oh, I know this. So this is a SPAC. This was a SPAC, so that's why it says 80%, even though when you look at the chart, you think, well, how can that not be an all-time high? Fubo is earnings tomorrow. Okay, yeah, you're right. Fubo is earnings tomorrow, so if the bets are being placed now. ARTL. So on that, there's Perry. This was an AI alert last week on earnings. Okay, it was right there. It had earnings on the 26th. I was saying, you know, this could be one of those ones that could have a second or third day continuation on earnings. Well, you see what happened after. Nothing really happened for 3 days, kind of drifted down a bit. But now, Perry, could be interesting. Now, where could this ABVC open? I don't see a big clue. I do see kind of 994, but I don't know if that's correct. Ben. FSR, another, of course, Fisker, another EV play, Fisker, FSR. But it's all early, guys. I mean, you know, these things can pop up and come right back down in the first 15. So that's, again, typically why I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Remember this one from Friday? EQOS. This is starting to give it up now. EQOS down 12%. That's a sketchy looking daily chart. You have that move, you have the pop, you have the big pop on Friday. Now, so it's kind of dotty. All right, well, Matterport, no stopping it yet. MTTR. Yeah, so what you're hearing, symbol crashing and running up and all that, this is all MTTR. So here's the QuantumScape, okay? This is another one that is really, again, it has quantum in the name. The other one, of course, ion Q. Nothing, they don't do the same thing, but you know how traders are. So MTTR does have earnings coming up. There's the Nikola, NKLA. So it's a nice pop here. Look at the volume coming in. It's a big float, 194 million in the float, but definitely a nice pop coming in. Another one that's running up, that's what you can hear in the background, running up, ACHR. But again, it's early. Market is drifting down. Just a quick look at the market. So the Dow is up, SPY's up, tech is barely up. So there's a little disconnect going on right now between value and growth stocks, the so-called value and growth stocks. All right, ABVC opened, and what did it do? Whoa, okay, that's a big drop. Now, yeah, it's gonna be tough. I mean, it would have to take 10. It would have to. I mean, listen, this got up to 13.27 or so in the pre-market, but that is a big drop after that halt. I usually think that the first halt is usually good in that. It's a pop above the halt price, but certainly not in this case. Again, guys, EV all the way. BLNK, another one, BLNK. Drive is the DRIV, I believe is the yeah. So here is your ETF. It doesn't trade very much. I wonder if there's another one that trades more. Relatively new one, of course. Taking advantage of an ETF for the EV industry or sector. So it's only 84,000 shares. Well, there's the OCGN. You hear the symbol crashing in the background. You hear gap up in the background. Again, this will settle down in probably about 15 minutes in terms of the number of alerts I'm getting. Okay, so the other one, what was that one on Friday? Starts with the letter R that did a dividend. It was actually well, you know what I can do? I can do a history, previous trading day, and that was the I could have sworn the AI had the R, one of the one that started with the letter R and they had a huge dividend, and I noticed this morning it was starting to gap down. Could have sworn it was an AI alert. In fact, I know it was. But I'm doing a history of last week, of the last trading day. I don't see any. All right, FSR. Wow, look at this. I mean, look at the volume coming in also. I mean, big volume. FSR. We're seeing probably a lot of these EV plays are. So if you look left on the monthly chart, the next high is 1948. So, and the next high in the weekly, so on the weekly it's a little, that's that same spike, So the next high is 1948. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but so, okay, now somebody said Fubo earnings are tomorrow, JC, in our YouTube room. We don't have that. We have November 9th, but okay, so nothing will appear in these two windows until at least 9:45. Ah, there's the fun, PHUN, sinking. Yeah, CPOP is halted. Yes, CPOP is halted. This was a pretty active, an active day on Friday. You can see what happened. It got all the way up to 434. Buyers brought it up there. Sellers knocked it down to 330. So oh, this is the one I was talking about, RVI. See, this is the one I was talking about. It had the big dividend. It looked like it was a massive gap down, but it was a dividend payout. You know, it's down 5%. Keep an eye on that LAUR. I mean, maybe something very similar. I mean, a $7 dividend. All right, guys, if you hear the oinking in the background, that is for LAUR. Okay, now look at this, guys. Okay, so the tricky one, obviously a very tricky one, the ABVC. So it got halted right there, 990. It came out of the halt, it got all the way down to 861, but now it's starting to ramp up again. Okay. Well, you can probably hear doing some things in the background. Game Coin? Don't know anything about Game Coin, JC. You don't mean GameStop. Stop. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Wow, that was... Wow. 11 million in the float. This is the crazy one of the day for sure, ABVC. And I don't see any other news on it, guys, other than it's a social media play today. The memer, just going to call him, it's a meme stock today, obviously. All right, well, no, obviously no resistance. Had to be halted again. No, sorry, CPOP opened. CPOP opened. No, I've got no rumor. I have nothing. I don't look at any rumors about GME or anything like that. So sorry, JC. I mean, it's having a nice pop, but it's just a meme stock. Some people have been in for a long time. Wow, that's why you got to be really careful on things like the ABVC, guys. And you can see exactly what happened here. And we got all the way up to 1168, and that's a huge drop. $2, more than a $2 drop, just like that. No, again, for those just kind of tuning in or wondering what all the noise in the background, unfortunately my Bluetooth connection failed me today. So a little bit of music in the background, and you will hear my sound alerts all day long. They will start to die down. You know, the first half hour, pretty active. Don't know why it's not halted on the way down. Well, I mean, I can tell you why. Even though it looks like it should have been, obviously, statistically, it didn't meet the requirements. Even though it looks like it should have, but I don't know. Now, BKKT, what a run it had at the end. Oops, let me get the right symbol in. BKKT, what a run this had at the end Friday. Huge run. So this is 3 o'clock right there. So at 3 o'clock, it was at a $35 stock and got up to added $10. Okay, there's the pre-market. And it started to fade a bit, but of course this had all sorts of news last week. Was it last week? Yeah, it was on the 25th, so I guess that's Monday. Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. Yeah, so Monday. So all sorts of news with a big partnership with MasterCard, MC. All right, so this is we'll call this the meta play, okay? V-U-Z-I, of course, everybody, well, if you don't know, Facebook, of course, turning themselves into Meta, the metaverse. And so there are some stocks that people will think, okay, maybe this will help stocks like this one, VUZI. There was, I think, KOPTN. There's another one, KOPN. See what it's doing today. Yeah, up a little bit. Boy, had to be really quick on that ABVC. Now, excuse me, this might be something later on. What I'd be doing is putting an alert around $10. I know that sounds crazy. Like, why would you give up all? Well, I'll put an alert up here. around 981, and let's see what happens later on. If it gets up to that level. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so I cannot participate on the way down. Don't know why, Tim. It's appearing on mine, so I don't know why it's not appearing on yours. Okay, there it is for me. So I have no explanation why it would not be appearing on yours. Okay, so the trade of the week, CLF, was a bit of an interesting take on the trade of the week. Okay, a pullback to 23.50. Okay, that was a suggested entry. I got to admit, I'm not wild about it. I mean, I'm just seeing a stock in a downtrend. I'm not wild about it, but hey, listen, 23.50 is a suggested entry if it pulls back there. And let's see, how you trade it will be up to you. Wow. That will be for a long, Jane. It's not. I cannot short that one at Interactive Brokers. So, just want to see if it regains that level, gets traders enthusiastic. I mean, it may not happen. It may just drift down for the rest of the day. There's no news on it that I can see, like specific news, other than the fact that it's a social media buzz. So I call them meme stocks. Maybe the Wall Street Bets crew has got a hold of it. I have no idea, but I don't see any specific news on it. So I want to see if it regains this level again. On volume, cracks through that on volume, it could have another move up to that area. Well, what you hear in the background, the running up. Actually, that's not right. ANIP is the one that is running up. And this is an earnings play. Didn't see it at all in the pre-market. Why? Well, I shouldn't say that. It did have a nice pop. But maybe the volume was too low. So it didn't. But look at the volume coming in now. So this is not an all-time high. I guess the all-time high is, so back in this area here. All right, so there's the ABVC. Did it do it on volume? Little bit of volume coming in. Let's see if the volume maintains itself. But listen, guys, this is a tricky one to trade, especially coming out of the halt and it didn't explode. Yeah, okay, it triggered. So the trigger point was 23.50. All right. I don't know. I mean, I'm just this is not a pattern that I would that I like. But hey, Steve picked it out, and let's see what happens. I'm not trading it. All right, give me one moment. I'll be right back. for instance, for me on the CLF, I would want to wait for it to at least pause somewhat in its downtrend before I would hop in and try to catch this knife. Look at the SPY too, guys. I mean, it seems to be tracking the SPY really closely. Okay, so again, I'm not. How you trade them is completely up to you. As long as you know what the stop is. I'm going to watch this ARTL. Let's see what it does here. This is the big upgrade from Wainwright to $4. Okay, so there's a 200-day moving average. It's above that 200-day moving average now. It's a low float, 23 million in the float. Look at the volume. Is that the only reason? I don't see any other reason for this ARTL pop other than the Wainwright upgrade. There might be something else going on, but I don't see it. I mean, that's a pretty powerful upgrade. I mean, this was a, 70-cent stock on Friday. Oh man, if we got the 3 yeah, from $1.24. All right, wow, INVZ, Israeli stock, all-time low now, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Isn't that Burks? Yeah, BGI, Burks, what are you doing and why? I gotta say, that's quite the daily chart. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Zach. This is a big high-end jewelry chain in Canada, BGI, Burks. I'm really surprised that this has been a real sneaky move. Starting on less than a month ago, October 8th. What a move. Okay, now all right, let's take a look at my watch list. What is happening here? MMAT. Yeah, I kept this in here just in case. Just in case, because it's really got nothing. It's got nothing to do with the Meta, Facebook and Meta, but it's got Meta in its name. So I think that that's what happens. That can happen sometimes. IONQ. Wow, this is just, again, I'm not a big swing trader, but this is a really. I mean, look at the run it's had in 4 days. 10 to 17. But I know I mentioned this one right around here as that potential swing. Yeah, it's possible on a fade. I mean, it's shortable for me. A little bit of topping tail right there, 1724 on the 2-minute chart. 5-minute chart. Wow, I should have got in that one. This CYT, I don't mind talking about it now. This was an AI alert at 1860. Popped up. What's the volume like? What's the spread? Yeah, that's right. I took a quick glance at the spread. It's kind of untradeable. Here's your spread of 1901, 1964. So it's kind of untradeable, unfortunately. Oh, here's another one. Is this an IPO? Yeah, this could be an IPO right back here, INKT, as opposed to a merger with a SPAC. Look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 months of really dead money for INKT. And then, I'm sorry, I thought this was a monthly chart. So this is where it launched, so kind of dead for the first 8 days, but look what's happened since. 11 to 21, a double, INKT. ABVC looks really sick now, guys. Not shortable for me, unfortunately, at Interactive Brokers. That little move there, I think if it was going to sort of regain this area right there, that next candle really kind of told the tale. Okay, guys, there's the ARTL, a little break here. ARTL, a little bit of a break here. Okay, this is pre-market high, 133, so it's almost there. Again, I don't see any news on it other than the Wainwright upgrade to $4. So keep an eye. You know what? I mean, it takes out that high. I'm going to stick an alert around 135 and see if it takes it out. Because it's a low float, 23 million in the float. I mean, that's a heck of a move just based on an upgrade. Meanwhile, look what the market is doing. Look what the SPY is doing. We've had a steady decline since about 8 o'clock. These are the 15-minute candles for the SPY. My guess, if I took a look at the sector status, it would look a lot different now from when we looked at it at around 9:15 or so. So there is actually some news on it, ABVC. I mean, I don't see the news. I just don't see that news for that. I'm not saying it isn't the case. Are you talking? Well, okay, I see on the 27th. Okay. I see on the 27th. I'm looking at today. I don't see that news for today. So again, I'm always looking to see what today. But you're right, on the 27th, they also filed a mixed shelf, raising money, 50 million or so. And that was on the 29th. All right, so I see that the D now showed up on my option scanner. So now it showed up at 743. So again, I look left, I see all sorts of resistance between that 743 and the 750. you know, it's just not a great looking daily chart. So again, just because I get something in my favorite scanner doesn't mean I hop on it. I want to see, imagine if all this weren't here, imagine if all this were below, and then we'd be looking at the next high at 941. We probably would be all over it, but it just looks like there's too much resistance, not that far away. Okay, 18 is on the way down. Okay, 18 is on the way down. I think Zach may have shorted this one. Somebody shorted. This is a really, I mean, look at this. It's broken down below the low of Friday. And then look at all the room underneath for the ATEN, A-T-E-N. And we have a halt. We have a halt for SJ. This is the, I don't know this one at all. Cyan Joy Holding Core. All right, live streaming platforms in China. Okay, bet you it's a low float. Wow. Okay, guys. I mean, look at the run it's had. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Nothing, it didn't trigger here on these runs up, probably because the volume was too low. Now it is coming into the 200-day moving average, 702. It's not that far away. This is, all right, this is shortable for me. So keep an eye on this one. I mean, listen, if it pops through the 200-day, look at the float, 3 million in the float. The projected open can change, of course, but this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, 689, 689. So it's halted at 669. Here is where it could open, but again, you'll see it. You'll see that bid ask move around. Again, this is Interactive. Now look at it, 622. I don't believe that. I mean, it could. Anyway, we'll have to just have to wait for it to open. Typically, these are 5-minute halts, so it was halted at 10:07 plus 3 seconds. So that should be just around 10:12 if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. LDI, guys, LDI, I'm hearing that one. Loan Depot. Loan Depot. I'm saying running up, not giddy up, but could be, but it isn't. No, wow, Asian just collapsing here. Look at this, what a move down. So, had a big day on Friday. Here's another one on the move up here, guys. BCEL. That again, I don't like all that resistance on the daily chart. Nearby. Again, the ARTL, wow. That's why, you know what? There's a glimpse into my mind when it comes to trading. See that blue line right there? I put a price alert there. Now a big drop. And LDI. Again, I just don't like all this. What's the float? Well, it's a low float. November. Okay, actually, it's an earnings play. Didn't realize that. It's an earnings play. Earnings this morning. So yeah, nice gap up. Lots of volume for it. Low float. 16 million in the float. Getting close to that 8 number, but look at this. I mean, look at this on the daily chart. All these little areas here. And looks like 840 in that area could really stall it. Now, listen, if you took it right here and it got up to 840, that'd be a great percentage move. SJ just resumed. SJ just resumed. Okay, guys, the BTTX, after the big pullback, starting to run here now. BTTX starting to run here. This merged with one of the SPACs, started to trade as BTTX on Friday, and a great move today. And this looks like, boy, this could get halted. I'm just looking at my IB, seeing if I get that. Yep, just wow, son of a gun, it got halted, and I'm seeing like as we speak, I'm seeing a big pop. But it's early. Yeah, I agree, Roberto. I mean, not everybody. Yeah, they can read news, but you know what? I don't mind when people post news, as long as it's in the off topic. Well, it's not in the off topic. It's stocks only because it's relevant. I don't think it's abused. Sluggo, SLGG on the move. What are you doing? SLGG, another fairly low float. Super League Gaming up 21%. You know, not a low float. 32 million, but not high. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, Don. I mean, I was going to comment on that. You know, there's no problem posting news, in my opinion. Okay, now when I first saw this halt, this actually said like 1596, 1596. Notice how it's come right back down. So we'll just have to wait and see how this opens, the BTTX. How I personally would play this one. I mean, look at this. I got up to $21 in the pre-market, just about $21. The best thing for me would be if it dropped a little bit and then it gapped up above the halt price again. And then I think that could get it rolling. How you play will be up to you. You don't have to do it. It's not for new traders. You know, halts are very, very tricky. But all I'm looking at is where it got to in the pre-market. So when is this going to open? BTTX this could open at right around 17, 18, 10, 8, 10, 17. Well, basically 10, 18. What time is it right now? So keep an eye on this one. Here's a little tip if you want to know when something, if you're not watching your halts resumes, just put a price alert. You know, there's the halt at 1507. You know, you can put a price alert, 2 of them. I'm going to create a price alert. I'm going to put a price alert at 1508. Okay, one there. Ah, that shouldn't have done that. Okay, let me put it at 1510. Ah, but go long. Okay, that's my fault. Okay, and then I'll put one. I don't know why it's doing that. I have to admit, I do not know why it's doing that. Or just wait for it to open. Okay. So again, here's the halt. 10:12 plus 59 seconds. So I had 5 to that, so it's 10:17 plus. So basically 10:18. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt, that's when it'll open. I would love to see it dip just a little bit and then take out that halt price again. Isaiah, let's take a quick look at what Isaiah is doing. I know I saw Zach posted something about Isaiah. Yeah, well, let's see if it can take out 222 or so. Okay, well, I know the Vuzi probably was a nice short here, but it's really ripping now again. VUZI, there it goes. Resumption BTTX. Shoot, I should have been watching it. Okay, so it's just hanging around this area and, too late. See, too late. Too late. Should not have looked at the Isaiah. You can see exactly what happened. We had an opportunity probably to get it around the 1510 to 1520 mark. Now it's at 6. Now it's just got hot. Oh man. Son of a fill in the blanks, guys. And here's the halt. Look at this. I mean, my goodness. 1658, 1660 now. Well, there was the plan. You can see the plan was, and it worked almost almost perfectly. Dipped a little bit below, and then you had the opportunity, got above that. All right, Kara. Let's take a look at Kara. Yeah, the next high looking left is 1820, so yeah, that's about 50 cents away. I'm upset with myself for the BTTX. All right, guys, I will be right back as I gather my thoughts. Just a minute. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, this CYT is untradeable, guys. I know it's an AI alert, but you look at the spread, 1870, 1950. Now, I say that, I mean, if it hit $30 today, that spread wouldn't matter, but it's just basically, I think it's untradeable because of that spread. So it looks good. Let's see, did it there's too many alerts coming in on that. Let me see if it actually happened. Oh, you know what? I don't have it up and running. I want to see. I want to see if it's. Well, you can. I mean, you could see it, or if you're a subscriber. You see, there's just too many alerts. Okay, just too many. So, I mean, even if it did, so what? That's why we need way more filters. Okay, here's another one. This is another FXLV, F45 training. Don't know them at all. So this looks like an IPO back here. Really did nothing. All right, IMMR showed up on my option scanner. Now there's a 200-day moving average. It's right there. Now, even if it took that out though, 894, I'm just looking here on the monthly chart, 8926. Again, there's just, to me, it looks like there's just too much resistance. So even though I love my option scanner, I have to click on the alerts just to see where they could go before it hits the next high. So, okay, as an example, NWSA, that's got some room, a little bit of room. There it is, 2320. You look left on the weekly chart, last week's high was 2430 or so. And so that is, but 2337. So for me, this would have to take this out, right up here, 2337. For me to get interested, and it's got some room to the 75 mark, and then up here. So I mean, it's not great, but it wouldn't be bad if it took out the 2337 for the NWSA. Okay, I will put this up, AMC. So the suggestion, here's AMC, a lot of volume coming. I know some of you are watching this one. So Monday, November the 8th, okay, is when they announce earnings. So again, stock rises pre-market as it touts the best box office in 20 months. I mean, that's nice, but look where it's coming from. But that's nice. That's very nice. There's your news for AMC. Man, BTTX is all over the place. All over the place. You got to be awfully careful. I got up to 1730 or so, dropped right back down to 16 something. Remember, the high, pre-market high, was way up here at 21 or so. And the volume is increasing. Look at the volume is increasing here. Big volume burst here on the 15, on the 5. $13.42, my goodness. Well, I've got my price alert set for BTTX. See if it takes it out later. How is CLF? What do you guys are seeing in CLF? I know it's the trade of the week. All right, well, hey, listen. Why are you dinging at me? I'm awake already. CLF. Okay, well, if you'd even if you took it at the trigger of 2350 and held on, I mean, didn't go that much down below it. Well, let's do this for the BTTX. Now, first of all, I know I haven't, it's 10:30 now, so by the way, what I should be doing is that promotion code for 25% off is still alive. I'm almost 100% sure that it'll be gone tonight. So let me just, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. All right, so if you go to my homepage, I put the homepage link in here. I also, you're in the main trading room, it's always available from my tab, homepage tab. It's always available here too. Okay, and that promo code is still working. Yes, test drive 25 for 25% off. I'm almost 100% sure it'll disappear tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So this is what you will see. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, using that promo code. So we have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly, premium and standard. So let's see if you clicked on the big one and typed in test drive, all in caps. I've got my caps lock on. And click the little right arrow. And there you go. That's about a little over $4 a day, okay? So that is the promo code. So I just wanted to confirm that it is still active. So that's what it would be, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. Of course, you do not have to take it on an annual subscription. The big difference, by the way, is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. On a monthly basis, you can always take a monthly subscription. This is what I would do. If you're unsure of our product, do not take an annual subscription. Our refund policy is not friendly. Just flat out say it, okay? So take a month. You can always start off with a monthly standard, 118 less the 25%, or the premium 228 less the 25%. And if within 30 days of taking out a subscription, you decide, I love it, I want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 25%. So that's why there's really no, a lot of people say, oh my gosh, though, I want to take advantage of the 25% on the annual, but what if I don't like it? Well, here's all you have to do. Start off with the standard, 118 less than 25%. Now, if you maintain a monthly subscription going forward, and that's fine, this is what you will pay going forward. Okay, that discount's only good for the first month. But again, if you upgrade within 30 days, we'll honor the 25%. More information on my homepage. All right, so there are 3 free sections. Trade of the week, which is CLF this week, right here. Sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at around noon Eastern. And all the education. So we have a very comprehensive user guide now. It's all laid out by sections. Okay, here are the big sections, but also a full table of contents, searchable. So it's a very comprehensive user guide now. Okay, I just want to make sure, can somebody, Ija or Legal, can you hear me? Somebody saying they can't hear me in YouTube, or in the YouTube room. I just want to make sure that's not everybody. Okay, so it's on your, well, you can't hear me. All right, just give me a moment here as I where are you guys? I'm looking for you. Here you are. Okay. So, more information though. If you are a new subscriber, you don't have to dive into the guide. I mean, it is very comprehensive, but what I would do is just take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. They go over like what is a top list, building a top list, what is an alert window, creating an alert window. Okay, all the way down to our AI, which we nickname Holly, Brokerage Plus, etc. Okay, so there's a lot of information there too. These are just they're not videos, just quick text based, but it'll get you started, with all the basic features of trade ideas. Daily support. So today is Monday, so I believe it'll be Sean in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon. One of the other traders does take over between 12 and 1. I believe it's Sean. So before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main trading room, so you can head over there if you want to between 12 and 1 when I'm on my break. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. So this week it's Tuesday and Thursday. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday. Okay, but you can sign up for them all right here. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. Okay, so it's free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. Starts off with what is a stock. Okay, so I would really recommend if you're new to trading to take a look at these videos. And last but not least, certainly my scans. So if you click here, this is a layout. Basically what you see, cosmetically it might look a little bit different, but basically this is the layout that I'm sharing. okay? But I also have a lot of other individual scans that I have created, including, the moving higher with unusually strong options, my favorite one. I have to see what's happening with it today. First two I didn't like, just because, look at when you click on, I don't take, just because it comes into my favorite scan doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. I always click on the symbol, and then I have to check to see what sort of resistance there is. Looking left on a daily, monthly, and weekly chart. If I don't like it, I don't take it. But if I see something that's got a lot of room, I usually hop in. These are the four: the gap up and down, shared, and the pre-market actives up and down. These are the four that I use in the pre-market. Okay, when I'm doing my work in the pre-market, just to kind of get a gauge of what stocks might keep moving once the market opens. And then this 10-day daily breakout and down, really pay attention to this also. So a lot of scans here. So if you don't want to build your own scans, I'm sharing. Size my window. Yeah, so Yeti, I don't get into the accounting like that. You can ask that question. And I'm just going to give her a home page. Okay. Go to the home page and give them your email address. They'll take a look at your they'll take a look at your account. Say, I don't get involved in the subscriptions like that at all. Okay. So I'm not sure. I don't know what our policy is. Okay. So what is Trade Ideas? Well, we're a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. This is an example of a scan. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a scan, basic new highs and lows. If I right click, configure, and then click on the summary, this is telling me what it's looking for in English language, all right? So in this particular case, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is 8. That means it's trading 8 times normal. 400,000 shares, etc. That's how you start off by creating. If you want to create your own scans, you always start off with some filters. Otherwise, because in this particular case, if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, that's why we're seeing these stocks. I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Obviously, if I had no filters and I just say, well, show me all the stocks making new highs and new lows, we'd be inundated with alerts. So that's why you always start off with filters, kind of get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number, and then you have a trigger. Okay? So that's if you want to build your own scans. And of course, if you looked at this one and you thought, well, I like the idea, but I don't like the price range, no problem. You just make a change. I'll type 10 and 100 here as an example, okay? See in the summary how it's changed now to 10 and 100. So you can always modify anything that I am sharing. You can always modify different minimum volume, etc. I'm not going to do that. Now the other nice thing is that you do not have to know a programming language. If I right click on an alert window, click on configure, and then search, here are all of the alerts that we have. These icons reference the alerts. And when the icons change to this style, these are all the filters. You do not have to learn all of the alerts and filters. What we've tried to do is create enough of them, though, that for the majority of our customers who want to create their own scans, they can combine them to give them what they're looking for. Okay, but so you don't have to learn them all. Now, again, if you don't want to create your own scans at all, I'm sharing mine. And also, if you click on New from the toolbar, click on Docked Channel Bar, you will see we have a lot of themed layouts here. I'll click on Momentum, and within each layout, course, there are scans. So let's just say you looked at this one, an alert window called Momo. You think, wow, maybe what's that one all about? You right click, configure, summary. You can see exactly what it's looking for. And again, you can make a change, if you don't like the price range or anything else, or when you get used to using trade ideas, you can even add maybe a filter of your own or take one out. But if you liked it the way it is, then you just right click and you can duplicate it into a free floating window. Why am I doing that? So there it is. I'll explain why I'm doing this. You go to another channel, say the stock surging. Again, these are all themed layouts. So you might look at this one. Wow, the action is heating up right now. You might like that one. You do the same thing. You right click, duplicate into a free floating window. So it's taken out of this. Now it's a free floating window. Why do that? Because now, let's say you go through the various channels. You start extracting scans and windows that you like. And you can file, load from cloud. If you did this, you would see them up here. If you actually save them into the cloud, you'll see them all up here. You just highlight it, load. Highlight the next one, load. That's how you can create your own layout without actually having to build the scan yourself. Okay, so I'm just showing you that if you don't want to create your own scans, we've got a lot of scans pre-built that we've created for you. Look at the market, man. Well, you have to. Well, Keith, have you watched the video on docking? I don't know if you watched the video on docking, but I'll be a little more delicate than that. But you have to, when you have a free floating window, you'll be asked, you can do this. Let's pretend this was free floating, this alert window was. So first you create your docked window, you give it a name, okay? You give it a name. Then if you have a free floating window that you want to put in there, you right click and then you have a choice to where you want it to go. Duplicate into, and if you've given it a name, you just pick the name and then it's in there. But watch the video first, yes. Well, if you got that far, then it's in there. No, it won't float inside the dock. It will not float inside the dock. Listen, you know what? I'll do it. To prove to you it will not float inside the dock. I'm going to create a new dock window. This is advanced, guys. Not everybody is going to do anything like this, but so I'm going to call this one test. Okay? You give it a name, I'm calling it test. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to move this off. I'm going to go to my dock channel bar. I want to take a couple of windows out. Scans out. So I'm going to create free floating here. Right click, duplicate into a free floating window. Okay, so it's floating around. It's not in a dock. I'm going to do the same thing with this one. Duplicate into a free floating window. And I'm going to do the same with this one. Okay, so I now have 3 free floating windows. Okay, here they are, 3 free. Now, for purposes, I could leave them here, but I'll move them to another monitor. And here's my docked window, okay, called test. So now, yeah, it's floating in here, but the minute I do this, right click and duplicate into test. There it is. Okay, it's a tab. Not floating anymore. Right click, duplicate into test. There it is, a tab, not floating around anymore. Right click, duplicate into test. So I've got 3 windows in here. Now, here's where you can, no, because typically, now you don't have to do this. If you don't mind them as tabs and you just click on the tab, to see what's happening, that's fine. But most people will probably do something like this, and maybe this is what you weren't doing. You grab it, and now you see this little icon. I can now pick where I want to put it. So I'm going to choose the down arrow. So you see now how it's below. These 2 tabs are still there, but now I took that tab out and I put it below. You're going to see what I'm doing here now with Momo. I can do the same thing. Pick where I want it to go. Second, I must not have clicked on it. Okay, so that's how I can move them around. Okay, if I want this one now below here, I mean, it's a little tricky, but just have to do it a few times. Okay, now it's below. Move this one up. I can move it to the right or the left of this one now. So it's just a matter of arranging it the way you want. So it's not floating anymore. Okay? Well, the only way you make them float is by right-clicking and then duplicate into a free-floating window. You have to, okay? You have to have a floating window to start, and then you duplicate into whatever window you want, whatever dock you want. Most people don't use docking. I'll tell you that right now. Okay, it's not a. I do. I like the presentation of it. The main reason for docking, in my opinion, is for this new dock channel bar. Okay. Well, you can't just let it go. You have to tell it where. Remember that icon that you saw? That where it has up arrow, right arrow, down arrow, left arrow. Okay? You have to pick where you want it to go. If you just release it, then yeah, it'll free float. But you have to, that's the whole idea. You drag it and then get to that icon. I mean, it's not here, of course. Just have to practice a little bit, okay? Yeah, if you grab the tab and then you just release it without going to that icon, I mean, it's not on here anymore. But without going to that icon and then picking either up, down, right, or left, because that'll position it. But yeah, if you just take the tab and release it, yeah, it'll free float. All right, guys, let's just, I want to show you this window here. This is called Brokers Plus. Yeah, it's just practice, Keith. I mean, you can dock 8 windows, you can dock. Okay, so I put this link in for Brokers Plus. If you click on it, you'll see there are 2 videos. The short video if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to actually trade from within Trade Ideas. It shows you how you have to have, obviously, your broker has to either be E-Trade or Interactive Broker. You need live data, real-time data from them. But you'll see here where it says Brokerage Plus, there is an option underneath. One's called Live and the other is called Simulation, Paper Trading. So, but if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means that this feature here is not available. That's all it means. And please don't ask about what another broker like TDA, Thinkorswim, etc. I have no idea if or when that is ever going to happen. It's an API issue with data. Not that we don't want it, but it's just proving to be very tough to do. And also, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application, not in the web-based version. So again, now the second video, longer video, it's about 26 minutes long, and it shows you, goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this Brokerage Plus window. Now, as a simulator, I think it's invaluable if you're new to trading, or even if you want to, maybe test out a strategy of your own. If you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. You just have to click on the sim, and it's using our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, it's using our real-time data. So what I wanted to do, just to demonstrate how you could do something with using the simulator. Let's just say I wanted to take BTTX, okay? Good grief, what a pop on that 2 minute. But I only wanted to take it if it maybe pulls back to a certain price. So let's just say that price is, I'm looking at the 2 minute chart. This is not a suggestion. It's just showing you the mechanics of how you could do something like that. So let's just say you wanted to take 300 shares. If it pulled back to, what was the price I had there? I think it was 1572 or something. So I'm going to type 1572 into both boxes. Both boxes meaning the price box and the stop box. Click buy, and a nice big blue line will show up on my chart. Okay, so if BTTX pulls back to 1572, it'll take 300 shares. Okay. Now, at some point, if you thought, you know what, when I put that alert in, or that price point in, I don't like it anymore. So all you have to do is just go to the orders, right click, and cancel. And then if you did that, the blue line will disappear. So that's how you can practice, on a pullback trade. All right, so this is another blank check company that showed up in my option scanner. I'm not in love with them, but you know what? Let's just practice on that one. Practice meaning, I'm going to take 500 shares of this. I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500 shares. Now again, this is in the simulator. It's a 1 cent spread, so I can buy it right at the market. No issue there. Okay, so it took the trade. There was the entry at 10.18. I'm going to put a stop at 9.98. So again, when you're starting out trading, how I trade, and many in the room trade, is that there should be a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. Not all the trades are going to work. So you can't get into something and then just watch it collapse on you. You should have a price where you're going to get out of the trade, and then you just move on. So the trick really in trading is, okay, how are you going to establish that price that you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working? That's the practice. I mean, for me, what I do is I look at a chart and I try to size up where I think some support is. So if it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. Others may take, the low of the previous 5-minute candle or the 15-minute candle, or maybe getting to a moving average. You have to practice and you have to get comfortable how you're going to place your stops. Okay, that's only going to come with practice. So that's number one concept. Number two concept is, okay, great. When you start getting comfortable placing your stops, what I do, and again, what I hope a lot of people in the room do, you should only risk, in this particular case, what I said was, if I lose on the trade, I only want to lose about $100 on the trade. It's sort of a rounding, 97.50, but I only want to lose about $100 on the trade if it doesn't work. So, I mean, if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 on the trade. So in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating a $100 risk. So I try to make the math easy. So I put my entry was at 10.18. Notice my stop is at 9.98, which is 20 cents away. Doesn't mean every stop is 20 cents away or 10 cents away or a fixed number. It's always for me going to be based on what I see on the chart. But I made it 20 cents in this case to make the math easy because that share size me. Why 500 shares? Well, if I take the difference in the entry and the stop, which is 20 cents, and I divide that into the $100 that I'm willing to lose, risk on the trade, I get 500 shares. So it's not that I take 500 shares every trade or a fixed number. It'll always vary depending on that difference between the entry and the stop, and then dividing that into how much I'm risking on the trade. And I always risk the same amount every trade. Okay? So, to my opinion, very important concepts. Placing a stop, and then that will share size you. Okay, great, Yeti. Good to hear. Meanwhile, the BTTX is absolutely romping now. I doubt if we'll get that pullback. And the next thing is, of course, obeying your stop. Obeying your stop can be really hard. You know, when you get into trading, you start taking those first few trades, and it's exciting. You know, maybe you've read some good news about the company. Maybe they've had a good earnings release, a press release. Everything looks really good. The pattern looks great. You know, after you practice trading for a while, you start understanding patterns, and everything looks great. And guess what? It still doesn't work. And you unfortunately, when we first start out trading, it's hard sometimes to obey your stop, you know, because you cannot believe it's not working. So what can happen is that $100 that you were willing to risk on the trade, and you don't obey your stop, starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 loss before you finally say, oh my gosh, get out of the trade, I can't handle it anymore. Why did I not obey my stop? One of the worst things that can happen is not obeying your stop and then having the stock bounce and then really running. And you go, oh, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. Of course it's going to happen, okay? But many, many times that's not going to happen, and instead of obeying your stop, you lose a lot more than you really should have if you obeyed your stop. So that's why I'm saying practice, practice, practice. Now the other thing you can do is, if I don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, here's how you can practice swing trading. If I don't take this out at the end of the day, then it'll carry over tomorrow, and you can practice swing trading. And these are hotkeys. If I highlight a trade I'm in, I want to get out of it, I can flatten. I could get out a half. I could double my position, or I could go to the sell button, of course, and pick how many shares and at what price I want to get out at. So there's ways to get out of a trade or increase the number of shares you're in. So practice trading. It uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. Now my stops also when I am trading. So here's I call my stops where I put my stops. This is the absolute worst I want to do in the trade. So even that $100 in the simulator doesn't mean I have to wait for it to go down. If I don't like the way a stock is trading, I will always I always reserve the right to get out before it actually hits the stop. So, if this started to float down, 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 I could say, you know what, I don't like it. I'm going to get out even before it hits the stop. The stop is the absolute worst I want to do in the trade. Now, the other thing you can do, of course, is let's just say this trade really started to work well. Then you could start moving this line up and up to another stop position. What I would do is I would look at the chart again. And if a stock is moving up, that there could be another support area that it broke down that's obviously way above the current support area. So again, that's how you practice. And there we have it. And again, I do apologize. I know you guys hear a little bit of background music and you're hearing my sound alerts. I have a Bluetooth issue this morning, so I can't use my headset. FSR. Well, here's this IO. Now, IO was really active the last little while. I mean, kind of choppy, but it's now taking out these highs right there, I believe. 242 is the high looking left. You can that's the high of a couple of weeks ago. But again, you look left, what do you see? Well, 235, that's not bad. I'm just looking left to see where the next highs are that could stall it. I just think there could be a lot of resistance between right here, 240 and 250. If it can somehow take that out though, it has some room. And that's for the IO. And that is from the option scanner. All right, watching how did the NWSA do? NWSA 2328 hasn't moved at all. Has not moved at all. Well, and here's my alert, right? Right up here around 2340. So if NWSA does somehow later on take this out, it has a shot. The next high is 2377 or so. It's a big float, 388 million, which what that float can mean though is that it shouldn't be as jumpy, of course, as stocks with super low floats. Jumping meaning wild red, green candles, which can be very, very, very stressful trading. ARTL is a strange one. only thing I could see was a big pop because of a Wainwright $4 price target. But look what happened. I mean, it just got down below $1 again. Now it's trying to come back, but running up. What are you doing running up? Let's see. There's the ANIP, A-N-I-P, A-N-I-P. Big earnings play. Look at this. What a gap. Not an all-time high over here. You know, actually was up to a few months ago, up to $85. But what a, well, this is, I'm going to say what a great month. This is the first day of the month, of course, so. Yeah, it's a little difficult. 46.91, not as bad as the one that I saw with the AI that was really bad. Actually, see now look at the CYT. I mean, it's settled down a little bit, 50, 70. Still not great, but it's better than the 40 and 50 and 60 cents it was before. All right, the ABVC. So I am sticking an alert up here, way up here around 977. I want to see if later on this takes a move and maybe gets through 10. Remember now this is 1171, and then in the pre-market it got up to 1240. And this is just a social media play. And I do not see any specific news on it for today. Now again, I could be completely wrong about the IO. It could just keep ripping up here. I keep thinking that this 250 level could stall it, but hey, it could keep ripping up. Look at the week, that week. Look at the volume. That is what, 2 weeks ago. Look at the volume that came in. Last week, GREE was an interesting one. G-R-E-E, and this looks like it wants to keep drifting down. There was the low last week, or on Friday, it was 2028. I know some participated both ways on the run. And then a little bit on that drop here. Look at what it did after hours. Man, it got all the way up to $30. All right, so a little bit of a comeback for tech. So the SPY's down a little, Dow's up just a little, tech is up a little. RTPY, I saw that one. Reinvent Technology Partners, okay. So it's another one of these blank checkers, SPACs. All right, so this is a meta stock. Yeah, VRAR kind of got lumped in with the rest of those. So some of the meta stocks. Yeah, so I'm, wrong about the IO guys. I mean, I didn't take it because I just thought that 250 might block it a little too much, but it's certainly moving. So the next high looking left is 258. It's almost there. After that, it'd be 308 is the next high looking left. But this is certainly moving. And the volume is pouring in. Look at the solo guys. Of course, a big, well, not a big one, but it's an EV play. Another EV play, WPRT. A couple of Canadian companies. ORMP. What a run this has had. Look at this run for ORMP over the last, well, it's about a year, I guess, a year. This is back in, the first, January. Yeah, so this has been on a year run, ORMP from 4 to 24. All right, QRTEA. Another one that is. I'm just looking at stocks that are strong and near the highs of the day. So I'm not getting any new alerts. Haven't had a new alert for a while. How did the EVGO do? All right, so let's take a look at my watch list. I haven't had a chance to really look at it at all. So what you're seeing here, there was this is sort of the no repeat version. There's the first alert, and there's the price. So you can kind of go back and say, okay, what did it do from there? So MMAT, so the alert was at 506. I mean, that's not terrible, 532. Nice percentage move. VLTA, another EV play. Let's see what it did from 919. I mean, it got up to 931, but I mean, this could still be active. It hasn't given up 9. VUZI, VUZI, 1175 was the alert. And look at this. I mean, it got up to, wow, 1230. IONQ, the alert was at 1681. I mean, before it pulled back up to 1723. I mean, it's not bad. This one, of course, is going to be really up there. 1415 for the BTTX. 1415, you can see right there, there's the alert. Got up to 19 before it's resting right now. The EVGO, 1005. Hasn't really done too much. This one I know has dropped, 1366. And then Fisker, 731. Yeah, it didn't really move. So, I mean, they're not all going to be rocket ships, of course, but certainly enough in here if you just concentrate on a few stocks. That's why I create this, the watch list. And then these are the ones on the way down. Let's see if anything has really moved on the way down. Best, no. LAC, 2760. Not really. WIMI is another one of those meta stocks. Yeah, so on the downside, nothing really happened that was extraordinary. 25.66 for U.S. steel. Yeah, nothing really extraordinary, but certainly on the upside. The BTTX guys, again, look how nice it's pacing. You get some volume coming through. This could really shoot it up again.
From the album Age of Plastic, Slug Monstrosity on First Wave, there's the Bubbles, which just turned out to be a little too true. They cranked that out in 1979.
I haven't even looked at the Bitcoin plays. Yeah, look at Mara. Wow. So there's the all-time high, 57.75. I don't see that BITO is really, yeah, it's kind of drifting down. Interesting that Mara is not really following suit. Yeah. Boy, this BTTX is really, look at this, right at 18. Well, it was. Now, there's a case in which one of these SPACs really ripped after, I mean, didn't really do too much on Friday. You know, it became BTTX on Friday. Didn't really do much, as you can see. But look at the move today. Huma. Check it out. Wow, looks like there's a ton of resistance, you know, between there and around 1040. I mean, look at that daily chart. You're looking to short this one, aren't you, Zach? I mean, yeah, I mean, this is, what did it get up to? Got up to 1034, and you just look left here. I mean, look at all this resistance right around that, between 1040 and 1050. Ton of resistance. Well, it looks like resistance on the daily chart. And here's what we're talking about. There's the nail hammered down. Oh boy, this CMMB can be really crazy. Yeah, just showing up. It can be really crazy, guys. I remember this one. I think it's a super low float. Spread is kind of iffy, 31.40 right now, but it is showing. But look at the volume coming in. I don't see any specific news on it, but be careful on this one. 8.8 million in the float. We've sort of traded this one in the past, but look at this resistance area. Between here and 13, looks like there's a lot of resistance. Now, I could be completely wrong, and I look like I am. I don't see any news on it, but it's breaking through 13 now. I just don't see any news on it, but look at it now, 1244, 1258. That's what I'm saying, guys. I mean, 1224, look at this, 1220, 1223. That's why I'm saying, that was if you hammered that one down, but it is whippy as heck. See, no news on it. Okay, another meta stock, KOPN, suggested that this is a meta stock. You know how crazy this is, guys. I mean, I honestly think it's only moving because it has meta in the name. It's got zero to do. Zero to do with Facebook, Meta, zero. So Caleb, what I would do is before you spend any money, okay, because it does cost. I don't know what the cost is anymore, but sorry guys, I've just done some trading in the BTTX. Wow, wow. I put my price alert right there. Wow. Now again, here's the pre-market highs way up here at 20, 21. So yeah, so it costs, I don't know what it would $139 for the hour. Before I would do that, I would exhaust everything else. Okay, if you're looking, to create a custom scan or something like that, I mean, you can ask me if I can help. I will. Otherwise, in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 or the other traders may be able to help you. If you're looking for I'm more of a momentum trader, so if you're not into momentum trading, I probably can't help. But if you're into pullbacks or swing type trading, the other traders could be able to help. So before you spend money, I think you should exhaust other resources. Okay, does that make sense? Depends what you're looking for. Holy smokes, BTTX, wow. See, I don't. Okay, I'm a different sort of a trader. I'm not a big pullback trader. You know, for instance, look at this. I mean, this took basically out the high right there. That's all I was waiting for. See if it took that out on volume. Okay, so that was no pullback. But that's my style. If you're looking for pullbacks, you know, one of the other traders may be able to help you. I do have a scan here that you can take a look at. You know, biggest pullbacks on winners, as an example. It's a topless window. So what this is looking for are stocks that are still up for the day, but have pulled back, as an example. So when you look at an NXTD, you know, the stock is still up, you know, 4% or whatever, but it is pulled back. That's my style, Caleb. Okay, that is my style, not everybody's style. A breakout on volume. Yes, a breakout on volume. So I don't need a massive pullback. The stock is now, you know, this one. If I were watching this one, you know, that is a big pullback. So I could potentially, though it's really not necessarily my style, but all of a sudden, if I were watching this one, so what I would do is I would maybe put a price alert up here, 396.
Wow.
And if it popped through this on volume, it's potentially I could take the trade. Okay? But I don't typically watch for these sort of trades. Doesn't mean you shouldn't or anybody else shouldn't. I have a very, very simple trading style. It's really just based on price and volume. Look at SLGG as an example. I mean, listen, people who are pullback traders, you know, and see, I just have a tough time identifying where it might bounce off the pullback. That's what this is all about. That's why I don't really focus on it. You know, I mean, if you were a pullback trader, SLGG pulled back to 359 and it chopped around a bit before it got running. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a couple of minutes and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. And there's that BTTX, guys. I say the challenge of that pre-market high is imminent. In fact, it's not just imminent, it is done. 21. So, wow. This is the one, I shouldn't say obviously, but this is the one I'm going to do my video on. Now, this is the one I was really ticked off because it got halted early. And I missed getting in. So even though I missed it here, I was somewhat upset with myself because I had a massive pop from that halt price. You know, all I did was just place a price alert right around this just over 18. And the volume came in, I said, let's do it. So notice I don't tell anybody to take a trade, when to get out of a trade. It's completely up to you. All I'm doing is I point out things that I'm seeing, and if it makes sense to you, then fine. Well, I am still long. I don't have, I've sold, I've taken some out, of course, because I have no idea where this is going, but wow. You know, it's I find it fascinating when you see this on Friday. No clue this was going to happen, and no specific news for it today. You know, it became BTTX on the SPAC merger on Friday, but look what it did. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. This is like I don't know if the memers have got a hold of this or not. I mean, it's the only thing I can think of. Wow. That's not like you, Zach. Usually you're in this for the longer run sometimes on these things. This looks like it's going to get halted, right? No, it didn't get halted. I thought it was going to get halted. So, just for the record, I was in this around 1837. I took some out right about here as it was resting around the 1940 mark. Now it's halted. Now it's halted. Woohoo! Now I can't lose. I mean, even if it came out of the halt, it would have to collapse down below 1837 or so. So even though, oops, come on. So even though you would have thought, man, how can I get into something like this when it's already up? I don't know what it was up at this point, maybe 100%, but look at the move. You know, from 19 to 23. Yeah, it's just a personal preference, Caleb. There's no real, I can't say there are any pros and cons. Some people like to swing trade, some people like to day trade. I like to day trade. I just like to be, and it's just a mindset. I don't have to worry overnight about anything happening, either on a macro level or a micro level for a stock I might be in. So I don't know how to answer a question like that. It's really, your mindset more than anything. Now, I would never say, well, everybody should day trade or everybody should swing trade. No, no, I don't see any news on BTTX. It's just, as I was saying before, it became BTTX on Friday. The merger was affected on Friday, did absolutely nothing. And that's why I'm saying it. It's amazing to me, you know, what has happened today on literally no news. And only you, Caleb, can figure out what's best for you. Only you can, okay? I had no idea when I started trading. I didn't know. Was it, you know, did I want to swing trade? Did I want to? I mean, do I ever swing trade? Yes, but very, very few stocks. And really not for that long a period. I can't remember the last one I was in, say, for longer than 2 days. That's an example. Well, then, if you haven't done well with the low floaters, then stay away from them. You know, I mean, it's that simple. I don't even know what the float is on this one, the BTTX. Yeah, so we can't even go to FinViz. They don't even have it listed as a stock. So I don't know what the float is on BTTX. And you're right, it depends on your personality. It really does. I mean, look, do I wish I, you know, would get into some of these ones that, you know, in retrospect, when you see the move and you say, why wasn't I in that one? But you see, for me, what was the one we were, shoot, what was the one that was almost straight up from the beginning of the year on a monthly basis? I can't remember what it was. Where are you seeing that, Theo? And what website? Is it Yahoo or? HX is a good well, no, Hootie is a good one. Okay, I mean it's obviously fallen, but you know, you see a move like this, and every day this happens, I look at it, and I go, oh, it must be over. It must be over. It must be over. It must be over. And then look at these candles expanding, expanding. How can it keep going? You know, I mean, sure, in retrospect, think, why could I not have taken that at $3 and it got up to 29, you know, for 9 times before it finally started to pull back? Because for me, I just look at these things and thinking every day they're extended. So Yahoo has it? Okay. Thank you, Cam. All right, guys. So I don't have very much of this left. The BTTX that came out of the halt. Don't have very much of it left. And I'll be doing my video pretty soon, and guess what one I'm going to do my video on? Yeah, you're right. ORMP is exactly right. So, you know, at the beginning of the year, this was a $4 stock. You know, I mean, sure. In retrospect, you think, my goodness, all you had to do was have this one, and you know, with enough money in it, of course, and you wouldn't have to do anything. You know? But you know, it's in retrospect, it all looks pretty darn simple. Yeah, so the thing I've got about Ben is, if you look left, the next high looking left is 35.94. I mean, that could stall it, okay, right there. You look over here. Okay, it's above all this, it's above all this, it's above all this, and then 40. So if it can somehow get through 35.94, in other words, $36, then you start looking left, and yeah, the next high is 40. It's a big float though. 287 million in the float, so it's a big, big float. It's going to take a bunch to keep moving this stock. But it is an earnings play. Obviously, the reaction has been excellent. But I wouldn't, personally, I would not take this trade. And, you know, 35.94 is right there. It's not that far away. But that's, you know, I don't want to influence you at all. That's just, I like to see a lot of room when I look left on a daily, monthly, and weekly chart for a stock that could keep going until it hits the next high. All right, here's another stupid SPAC coming into my into my option scanner, the DGNS. Oh, Desktop Metal, DM, what are you doing? After the company announces it tripled manufacturing capacity for production. So that's why that's the news for this one. Of course, it happened back here. Didn't see this one. Why? Didn't do anything in the pre-market. Look, did nothing in the pre-market. No clue this was going to happen. All right, guys, so I will be taking a break at around noon when the other traders will take over. I think it is Sean today. Let me confirm that. Sean is an option trader. Okay, we don't scan for options, but you know, you'll hear me referring to my option scanner. What it's looking for are stocks that are having abnormal option activity. I trade the stock, not the options, but Sean is an option trader, so I just want to make sure that he is the one today. He's back from vacation. What is vacation anyway, guys? It is. Okay, he is. Well, again, I could create any. Okay, are you talking about in the option scanner? But botmatized? I mean, it's like anything else. I can create a scan that will show this move right here. I can create any scan that's going to show that move. Okay? The problem is, by creating a scan like that shows that move, you may get 10 others that don't keep doing this. All right? But if you're talking about in my option scanner, all I can say is that 1119, there were filters that weren't met until that happened. If that's what you're talking about. But here's the thing. So you're saying it didn't alert until 15% up, but now it's 20, and who knows where it's going? You know, I mean, this is It's got room to the 878 mark when you look left on the daily chart. Sorry, 856. It's got room to here, and if we can take that out, then it's got room almost to the 9 mark. So it's always a bit of give and take. People, we get that question a lot. I want a scanner that shows this, or how come my scanner didn't show this? We can create a scanner that'll show you anything you want. The problem is, though, you may get a lot that you don't want to see, and it's like then trying to find a needle in a haystack. Look at BTTX. I do have some left, not a lot, but wow. Well, any sort of a percentage increase. You know, I mean, any sort of percentage. But again, I wouldn't get too hung up on it. But any sort of a percentage increase, you know, I don't know what it, you know, what is it? It's from 7 to 732, so 3%. Anything that's up 3%. But you know, again, I'm just trying to tell you that you'll see this one, but you might see many more that do this and just fade and fizzle out. It's always a give and take, you know, when you create these scans. The volume probably wasn't that great at the very beginning. You know, it's really picked up. You know, it wouldn't show up, and it probably didn't show up in the options scanner, number one, until remember, it had to hit 300%. It's at 529. Early on in the day, it would not have been even close to 300%. The relative volume may not have been high enough. You know, I have all these filters in place. I don't want to see a lot of stocks. But for instance, if you looked at this, and if you took my option scanner and you said, okay, well, I want to create something that would show me DM. Okay, you would have to decrease that to maybe 100% or 150%. I don't know. The contracts were probably, I mean, it's 42,000 contracts, so you could leave that. The current volume of 3, you reduce that. You see what I'm saying? You can reduce filter values so that you'll see a DM, but you might see a lot of other ones you don't want to see. Anyway, all you needed was BTTX. Even if you just looked at my my scanner here, 1415. My goodness, there's a $10 move. Yeah, and you see, that's what I don't want, Matthias. I don't want a lot of alerts out of it. But you know, to each his own. If you want, you can take a look at my option play magic. You know, that has the 3 strategies or 6 strategies or whatever. You'll get a lot more action. But see, my whole thing is focusing on just a few stocks, as opposed to you know, trying to look at 100 different stocks. Are you talking, Nikki? Are you talking about BTTX? Okay, well, the first time I saw it, very first time I saw it, it was when it was probably halted. Okay, so the halts resumes. I mean, I shouldn't say that. We saw that before the halt, but that certainly was on the halts resumes earlier at 1507, but also my watch list right here at 1415, even earlier, my watch list. huge. I mean, it's such a huge move. I don't have, I mean, now, I mean, what I've got left is still good enough. I mean, for this sort of move. I am a little surprised. Yeah, I'm a little surprised it didn't show up here. There has to be a filter that's blocking it. I don't know what that would be. Just in the basic new highs and lows. But the other thing is, I mean, we were talking about it incessantly. So all you had to do, did see this in the pre-market. Yeah, so we did see this in the pre-market also. Okay, notice there, I posted this BTTX gap up. Okay, this is the pre-market active. So we definitely saw that in the pre-market. So this is one that I had thumbnailed. Okay, so I was very interested in seeing what it was doing. It pulled back. So it's also a matter of following stocks that were really moving in the pre-market without any other scan. All right, guys. So I'll be taking off pretty soon. So just a couple things before I do go. The promo code is still alive until 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. Okay, so there's the promo code. You can use Test Drive 25, Test Drive all in caps. And here is for you guys in YouTube to put in the links on their own. Okay. And if you want to head over to YouTube while I'm on my break, which starts in a couple of minutes, about a couple of minutes, I guess. I'll put the link in here. And I'll get my script up to let you know I'm on a break. So I don't think, remember in the orders, I put in on a pullback to buy it at 1572 BTTX. I don't think that's going to happen. You see right there, I put a pullback. This is in the simulator. I was demonstrating how you can use the simulator to buy something on a pullback. And when we did it, the price was right up here. So it never pulled back. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Sean to show up. My favorite scanner is my option scanner. But that's just me. Okay, it's my option scanner. Unusually strong options. Aloha! There he is. Hello, Sean. Okay, I will stop streaming in YouTube. I've told everybody you are a master option trader. Okay, so have fun for your 1 hour.
Well, hello everybody. Thank you, Barry, for that intro. Master options trader? I don't know about that, but do I spend a lot of time on it? Yes. Anyway, aloha everybody. I've been gone for the last couple of weeks. Was on a little family vacation to Hawaii. First 2-week vacation I've ever taken in my 23-year trading career. Can you believe that? The trader in me just doesn't like to do long vacations. And now I'm back in Colorado, and as I'm looking out my window talking to you right now, we're seeing the first snowfall of the season coming down. So, whew, from Hawaii to snow. What a transition. Anyway, hope everybody's well. Hope everybody had a great Halloween last night. We sure did here in my little town. Live in a great little town that really does Halloween right. And my family upped our pumpkins game this year. Ooh, boy, we had a whole long string of carved pumpkins lining up the front of our house. If you guys follow me on Twitter, put a picture up if you're curious. At Chicago Sean is my handle on Twitter. Look it up. We had some fun last night. Anyway, hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody is enjoying the market. The bull market has resumed itself while I was out of the country. Well, I guess Hawaii's not out of the country. Felt like it was out of the country. But here's the SPY chart here. I mean, woo boy, look. I mean, I went on vacation right here, 10:13, and then look at that. It's like the market waited for me to get on the plane, and then whammo, ripped higher. And you know what? That's all good. Better than the opposite. If the market crashed while I wasn't here, I would have been a little bit upset, because that's where the best money's made, in my opinion. Anyway, everybody, this is the live Q&A session. So for the next hour, my job here is to answer your questions about the software. So if you have any questions about the software, especially if you're new here and you're still trying to figure things out, still trying to figure out the features of the platform, what each thing does, you need a little help understanding something or need a little help building something, I will do my best to answer that question for you, or those questions for you. My standard disclaimer at the beginning of every of these Q&As is, I know enough to be dangerous on the platform, but I don't know the answer to everything. But I can certainly point you in the right direction for the things that I don't know. So where I will start off as I wait for your questions. And by the way, if you have questions, put them into the chat panel there on your YouTube screen. I will see them. I see you. Yes, I'm going through some withdrawals. I wish I was still on vacation, but I'll see your questions there. So pop them in there, and I'll do my best to answer them as they come through. In the meantime, while I wait for the first questions to come up, I want to talk about the Strength Alerts channel. It's Monday. We should talk about the Strength Alerts channel. For those of you who don't know what the Strength Alerts channel is, on my channel bar here on the left side of my screen, I'm currently on the Strength Alerts channel, and that's what you're looking at here. The Strength Alerts channel basically is algorithmically derived trading ideas. So 5 new, fresh ideas that come in here every weekend ahead of the market open on Monday. These stocks are exhibiting characteristics of winners. Okay, now this does not mean that these 5 stocks that are in here right now are going to be the big winners this week. We certainly cannot predict that. But the algorithm that is behind what surfaces these ideas has been back tested going back 5 years, and on a 5-day holding these swing trades has produced fantastic results. And if you want to learn more about what's going on behind the scenes, I got a little link here for you. I'll put it in the chat panel. Here we go. TI Strength. So I put the little link there in the chat panel. If you want to check that out, you'll see some performance on there. I believe it's still there. That performance that you see, that's the back tested results. That performance is based on a 5-day hold. Now look, we're not telling you that you need to trade these things a certain way. You can trade these ideas in ways that make more sense with your risk parameters and your comfort levels and your time horizon, right? But the results that we have are based on a really simple method, and that is buying these 5 stocks at the open on Monday morning, holding them all week, come hell or high water, whether they go up or they crash down, we're holding them no matter what. And then the following Monday at the open, we are closing all these closing the old 5 stocks and then entering the new 5 stocks. And again, to get the back test results that we had, our portfolio is equally invested in all 5 names. So let's say you start with a $10,000 account. On day 1, you would invest $2,000 per name. Okay, however many shares that buys of each one, you buy $2,000 worth. And then on Monday, the following Monday, 7 days later, you close out all those trades, winners or losers, whatever. You just close them out, market order at the open. And then whatever cash you have left, hopefully you got a little bit more, but not always. Whatever cash you got left, divide that by 5 and invest that same equal amount into the next 5 stocks. Wash, rinse, repeat. If you did that every week for nearly 5 years of the back test that we have there, that link there, you would have crushed the S&P 500. Now, that does not mean that this will crush the S&P 500 for the next 5 years. We don't know that. We're pretty confident that it will. We trust the back test. We trust what we've seen. We trust that the algorithm is sound, but we certainly can't guarantee that. But anyway, that's how the TI Strength Alert works. And by the way, if you are a Trade Ideas software subscriber, you get Strength Alerts for free. Just come to the Strength Alerts channel, found in your channel bar. You'll see the 5 stocks here. You'll also on the channel see this little window here, this welcome screen. And if you stretch it out, you can read through it. It'll tell you all of the background. So here's what the S&P did this, previously. And then we'll get into the details of each stock, what we're looking at, little background of each one. All right. Now, if you're not a Trade Ideas software subscriber, you can also subscribe to this as a standalone subscription for only $17 a month. And this little thing that you're looking at here on the right side of my screen, this will arrive in your email inbox as an email. Okay. So if you're not a Trade Ideas software subscriber, you can simply subscribe to the Trade Ideas Strength Alerts for $17 a month. I mean, geez, this thing pays for itself usually within the first couple of weeks. All it takes is one good winner, and you've basically paid for itself, for several months, maybe a year. We've had some of those trades. All right, so that said, I am now trading these in my simulated accounts. I'm going to close this window down here. I'm going to bring up my Brokerage Plus window right here. And we could talk about Brokerage Plus in a little bit more detail for those of you who have questions about it. But all these trades here in my blotter, these are open positions. And this is the simulated account, by the way. You'll notice across the top it says simulated trading, connected to Trade Ideas simulated trading. I am demoing Brokerage Plus for swing traders to show you how it all works and how easy it can be to enter and manage positions using Brokerage Plus. So one of the things I've done in Brokerage Plus that anyone can do is if I head to my strategies tab, okay, I've set up a strategy here called swing trade buys. So basically I use this strategy anytime I'm entering a long swing trade. So if I right click on this strategy and go to edit trading strategy and kind of get under the nuts and bolts of it, I'll show you what I've done. On the configuration tab, notice there's 5 tabs here across the top. The configuration tab, I just named what it is. It's a long biased strategy. And I would need to go into accounts, and I got connected to a simulated trading account. But if I had a live trading account, I could go in here and find it in here. Okay. Entry time tab, I don't really do anything here because I'm not auto trading this strategy. I'm manually trading it. But if I were auto trading it, I would want to set the start time to 7:30 and the end time at 2 p.m. Those are the market opening and closing hours where I live. I live in Colorado, and the market opens at 7:30 a.m. and closes at 2 p.m. If you're in the East Coast, this would be 9:30 and 4, right? Next, I'm going to skip the order details. I'm going to go to the risk management tab because this is kind of where all the magic happens, or I shouldn't say all the magic happens, but this is where things start. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is every swing trade that I put on, and again, this is how I do it. This is not how the back test in the TI Strength Alerts newsletter is. Right? Remember, I told you the back test or the results that you see in our information page there for strength alerts. That's based on just buying the stocks on Monday and holding them for 7 days, no matter what. Okay, that's fine if you want to do it that way. That's great. As you can see, it works. But what I do makes me a little bit more comfortable. So I want to have a stop loss. I don't want to take a big loss on any of these stocks. I know that that's how the results were derived, but I'm just not comfortable doing that. So what I do is I use a stop loss. So I set it at percent. Now you have a couple of options here. You can do like a dollars based stop loss where you just say, I don't want to lose more than $2 per share on any one trade. Now that works fine if you are always trading the same priced stocks. Like if you trade stocks that are all like, $50 a share or something like that, that's fine. But a $2 stop in Amazon, which is a multi-$1,000 stock, looks a lot different than a $2 stop in AVTR, which is a $40 stock, right? So I don't like dollar-based stops, but they are there for those who want to use it. Filter is a little bit more complicated. You could use filter and go in here. I'm not going to get into that. That's for advanced users. But I like to use percentage-based stop losses. And so for me, I use 5%. There's no magic in that number. I mean, maybe you like 10%, maybe you like 7%, maybe you like 1%. I don't know. But for me, 5%, I feel like that gives me enough wiggle room to not get stopped out on any noise, but get stopped out when I definitely want to get stopped out. So I set my stop loss right here. Okay, that's step one. Then I go to the order details tab and I choose my position sizing. Very important. Okay. So remember I told you that the back-tested performance that we demonstrate for you all in the TI Strength newsletter information is based on doing a fixed dollars position sizing. Okay. Well, actually, that's not even completely true because it's actually dividing our portfolio. We're equally weighting it. So maybe that's not the best comparison. But anyway, if you want, you could do your position sizing. And I don't hate this idea, but you could say, all right, I'm willing to invest $5,000 per idea. All right. However many shares $5,000 buys, that's what I will do. That's what I will invest. Okay. That's a perfectly fine way of position sizing if you want to do it that way. The other option is fixed shares. This is an idea I don't like because, again, 1,000 shares of Amazon looks a lot different than 1,000 shares of some $4 stock, right? So yeah, you could set your number here. You could say, I want to trade 500 shares at a clip or 1,000 shares at a clip, whatever. You could set that number there, and if that's the way you like it, then go for it. I don't like that. That's my opinion, but I don't like that. My preferred one is to have my position sizing based on my stop loss. So remember, I set my stop loss over here, right? My stop loss is going to be 5% away from my entry. So whatever, like if I'm buying this AVTR right now, it looks like it's right about $40 a share, right? Let's call it $40. If that's my entry, $40, my stop loss will be 5% away, which is $2 away. So my stop would be right around 38, which would be right down here, which I like that. That's kind of the way I like to do it. Okay. So if I'm risking 5% of the stock price, then I go to my details tab here and I do my position sizing based on stop loss. I could set how much money I'm willing to risk of my account. So let's say I set my risk value at 200, which is actually what I do. That's my comfort level. I'm basically saying I want the algorithm to size my position such that if the stock moves 5% against me, then the most I will lose is approximately $200. Okay? So let's do some simple math. Let's say it's a $100 stock. I'm buying the stock at $100 a share. My stop loss is 5% away. So that means my stop loss level will be at 95. Okay. So if the stock trades from 100 down to 95, that's where I'm getting out. Well, the distance from 100 to 95 is $5. So if I take the amount of money I'm willing to risk, which is $200, divide it by how many dollars I'm risking per share, which is $5, 200 divided by 5 equals 40. So in that case, I will buy 40 shares. And if my 40 shares take the maximum stop or hit my stop and I suffer the maximum loss, I will lose approximately $200. Now I say approximately because we can't factor in slippage and you're going to pay some commissions, right? So I mean, those are real costs, but they're negligible costs. Your total net loss after you factor in slippage commissions might be $201, right? Or $201.37, right? Something crazy, but more or less that's how much I'm willing to risk. So that's how I have my swing trade thing set up. So now I'm just going to hit OK and get out of here. I'm going to cancel this. I don't want to change anything. But that's how I have this swing trade buy strategy set up. And if you were starting that from scratch, obviously I showed you I edited what I already have. But if you want to build something similar to that by scratch, you just right click in here and hit new trading strategy. And that'll bring you to the same window and you could build it from scratch. Okay. So I've got that set up. So what that does now is it makes it super easy for me when I see a trade that I want to get into to just make a couple clicks and boom, it's in. And I'm getting in, right at the market, and I'm getting in with the proper position sizing. Which actually, let me go in here real quick and show something. Is it here? Yes, I forgot to highlight this thing here on the position sizing, where I'm risking $200 on stop loss, but also I forgot to cover the entry order. I use market orders. Now you have the option to use a limit order. You could use a stop limit, but I don't monkey around with that stuff. If I use anything other than a market order, then I risk missing the trade. Right. And plus when I'm manually doing it, I just want to get in, right? I'm just putting the order I want to get in. This is more a discussion for people who are auto trading. If you use limit orders, you might miss the best trades because the stock might move without you, might not get filled, but we'll talk about that later if we need to. But I just set this as market orders. So I should have mentioned that earlier. So now when I see a trade that I like, I can just right click, boom, I get into the trade at the right position size with my stop loss order in place, ready to roll. So let's do that. So I'm getting into all 5 of these TI strength trades. Now, reminder, the back-tested results that we demonstrate on the TI strength landing page that you could find in your chat panel, that's based on entering each position at the open on Monday. But again, you could trade these any way you want, and I'm going to trade them my way. So right now, I'm going to buy all 5 of these. I'm going to go right down the line. So let's start here. All I need to do is go anywhere in any of these 2 charts on AVTR, and I just right-click. I choose trade AVTR, and look at that. Here are my custom strategies that I have here. I could buy using swing trade buys, or I could short using swing trade short. Now I want to buy these. So I'm going to go ahead and click buy and watch this. If I go to my brokerage plus window, I'll go to my executions tab. You will see there it is. AVTR. I paid $1 commission. I got in at 40.03. I bought 100 shares. Excellent. Okay. And then look at the chart. You can see where my stop loss is. Let's look at the daily chart. You can see where my stop loss level is. It's $2 away. That's 5% of 40. You can see it right here on the chart. And what's even cooler is, let's fast forward a couple days and stocks moved your way and you want to adjust your stop in the direction of your trend. You could just highlight or move your mouse over the line, just click and drag it. Look at that. I can move my stop. Now my stop's working at 39.52, and this minus $52 right there, that basically says if my stop gets hit at that level, I'll walk away with a $52 loss. Not bad, right? But I like the original stop loss, so I'm going to put this right here back around 38. There we go. And that's where my stop loss order is now working. I'm just going to quickly go through the rest of these symbols here. I'm just going to right click and buy. Buy. And once it gets executed, then you'll see my stop loss order working. There it goes. There's my stop loss order, my buy. Seem to be having some slowness here. It's probably on my side. But we'll just keep going here. Go to fast. I'm going to right click in the fast chart, trade fast, buy. Boom. We'll go to KDP and we'll come back and view all these charts in a second. But I mean, look how easy I can go in and enter all these positions real quick. Real quick. And so if I go to my executions tab, you'll see there's all my orders that all got executed. You'll notice all my share sizes are different, right? Look at this column right here. 86 shares, 110 shares, 70 shares, 41 shares. I didn't have to do any of this math by hand. right? I could have, but that would have slowed me down. But the nice thing is every one of these positions is sized such that if my loss gets hit or my stop loss level gets hit, I will lose $200. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, as they say. So let's go over here to my positions tab, and you'll see, the new positions I entered are all in here, plus all of my existing positions. I have them sorted by my unrealized gains. So my biggest winners are at the top DT right now. Let's actually change my layout here. Let's go to my layout. This is a layout that I use throughout the day as I'm managing my positions. Let's go over here. And so what I like to do now is I'm just going to go and update all my stop losses. This is something I do once a week, every Monday during these Q&A sessions. I go through my charts and I just eyeball the charts. I'm looking at the daily chart and I'm just looking for obvious levels of support, right? I want to move my stop losses in the direction of the trend. And by the way, all these positions I have on, all of them were either TI strength alerts or they were long trades that the Holly AI got into at some point, which we could talk about. But I get all these from either Holly AI or the strength alerts. So this stop, I'm going to move it up a scotch. No big deal, but that one's pretty good. I'm just looking for obvious levels of support. Okay, I'm a visual trader. I've been trading a long time. I'm not looking for precise or super mathematical based stops. I'm just looking for obvious levels where it's clear to me that the trend has reversed. Okay, this one could stay where it is. The stock's breaking out today, which is nice, but I like this stop loss level right there. We'll keep it. This one's getting pretty close, getting stopped out. Look at this. I mean, look at that pattern just tightening up. It looks like it's ready to spring higher. Let's hope so. This one can definitely be dragged up. I'll bring my stop to at least up here. That'll lock in some profits. You can see my entry, the blue line here. That's where I got in. That was a I think that's a Holly trade. I'm gonna drag my stop loss to break even. Right, the blue horizontal line shows me my break even level. That's where I got in. Power, I'm gonna do my break even here. I don't want to turn these winners into losers. I'll leave that one where it is. That's good. I'm gonna bring this up to just, oops. I'm gonna bring this up just below that support. There we go. And see how easily I do this, guys. It doesn't take me a whole lot of time. I just go through and I want to move my stops in the direction of the trend. That's a best practice if you're a swing trader. You never want to move your stops down if you're long, right? That's a bad idea. Okay, so this one, I kind of like how it came down and it's bouncing hard. That looks like that's a level we could probably lean against. So I'm going to move my stop up a little bit there. And I see a couple questions came in, so I'll answer you guys in just a sec. Let me just finish up here. Probably cruise through the rest. These don't have a whole lot. That's one we just got into. So we'll leave it. USB, this one could definitely be dragged up a little. We'll drag it right there. Almost done. Wow, I have more positions on than I thought I did. Hartford could come up a little bit. There we go. And again, guys, this is a simulated trading account. This is not real money, so let's not get carried away with everything that I'm doing here. But this is how I do trade. Typically myself, whether I'm trading stock or have a long trade on with options, I'm following trends and I'm putting my stop losses in levels of obvious support. And if that support's broken, I want to be out, right? All right, so there we go. We're done for now. Perfect Circle had a question here. Let me see. Is there a limited amount of brokers that are compatible with TI AI? Yes, that is correct. Interactive Brokers and E-Trade right now are the only brokers that connect to our Brokerage Plus module. So you'll need a Interactive Brokers account or a E-Trade account in order to send live orders to your account. We'd love to bring more brokers on, and then there's some work being done to make that happen. But right now, E-Trade and Interactive Brokers are your only options. All right, guys. Well, the rest of this hour, I have about 35 minutes left to hang out with you. The rest of this time is dedicated to you and your questions. So please, if you're sitting on questions, there's more than 60 of you in here right now. If anyone's sitting on a question, whether you think it's a beginner's question or an expert level question, just throw it in here and we'll do our best to tackle it. Hi, Pamela. Pamela asks, do I ever use the strength alerts to get into options positions? That's a good question, Pamela. I'm not averse to it. The thing is, a lot of these stocks, no, I shouldn't say a lot, but you got to make sure these stocks, first of all, A, are optionable, right? Because not every stock's going to be optionable. And B, you want to make sure they have enough open interest, enough trading volume, have a tight bid-ask spread. That's not always going to be the case with every one of these, Pamela. These are definitely geared towards stock traders. But if you come across a name that has options and has liquid options, absolutely, you could buy calls in them and trade it that way. Or a call spread if that's more your speed, certainly. Nothing wrong with that at all. Now, you're going to have completely different results than everything our backtest results show you. And we can't control that. But yeah, if you want to lever into some trades or if you just want to use the benefit of the tighter risk management that options give you, by all means, get in there. Steve, I'm not sure what you're asking there. What is open windows and max 10 windows? Max, I can't. Are you saying you're getting a warning that you have too many windows open? If you ever have an issue where you get some kind of warning about too many windows open, go to your TI menu bar at the top, go to Windows and choose Close All or Minimize All, maybe Close All. You know what sometimes happens is if people use pinned windows, which, by the way, I don't recommend. It causes more trouble than it's worth. But if you use pinned windows, there's a good chance that you have multiple versions of the same window open. Because every time you open up a layout with a pinned window, it's going to open up another version of that window. I've come across people who their system is completely bogged down and they don't know why. And it's because they've got 20 versions of this like alert window right here running, and they're all on top of each other, so you can't see them. Right? It's all hidden. They got 20 versions of that window running, and it just totally kills your system resources. So sometimes that might be an issue, Steve. So if you're using pinned windows, you might want to go to the TI menu bar, go to Windows, and maybe just choose Close All Pinned. And then maybe reconfigure your layout the way you want it, and just don't use pinned windows. I try to talk people out of it. It's causes way more troubles than it's worth. All right, folks. So let's see. I hope you guys have questions. Otherwise, we got a long 30 minutes ahead and nothing to talk about. I could put some music on. Could take music requests. I'll sing to you if you'd like. No, I'm not going to take the bait and talk about the Bills. Quiet confidence over here. No need to crow about beating a team with one win on the season. A lesser man would do that, but I won't. A perfect circle. Am I primarily a swing trader? Absolutely. I would classify myself as a swing trader. Now, I mostly do options, as Barry alluded to, if you guys were listening to Barry before I jumped on. I primarily trade options. But yeah, I'm a swing trader with options, right? I take directional bets more often than not. Whether it's just with a straight long call or long put or with some kind of spread, doesn't matter, but I do all kinds of things. But I'm definitely taking directional bets, and I'm definitely a swing trader. I definitely like to hold trades for several days, several weeks if I'm lucky. That means it's going my way. I do the occasional stock swing trade, but it's just not it's not my focus. Well, my favorite swing trade of all time, my favorite trade that I will do over and over and over again whenever I see it, is I like to buy stocks that are making all-time highs. Now, I know that scares some people. You feel like a stock is making an all-time high. Well, it's due for a pullback. And yeah, that might be true. It very likely could be due soon. But stocks that are making all-time highs, they've got no overhead resistance. There's no bag holders who bought at higher prices who are just looking for an opportunity to sell and get back to even or minimize their loss. There's none of that. Everybody who is a long holder, holding long stock, everybody who's long is winning. And when everybody's winning, few people want to sell. And conversely, if there's anybody who's short that stock, and that stock's making all-time highs, well, everyone who is holding a short position is losing money. And the only way you stop losing money when you're short is you have to buy the stock to cover your position. To me, that's just fuel to the fire to drive prices higher. So my favorite setup in the whole wide world is to buy stocks making all-time highs. That doesn't mean I buy every stock that's making an all-time high. And I might not buy a stock that's like just made all-time highs for 10 consecutive days. But if a stock prints a new all-time high and it's the first new all-time high it's printed in, a month or several months or ideally a lot of months, that's my sweet spot. Those are the trades I like. Because look, if a stock's going to go from $10 to $100, it's going to make a whole lot of highs along the way, right? And I want to be in for the ride. So there you go, perfect circle. That's my perfect trade. That's my favorite trade. Hi, Paul. Paul asks, is there a way for reading the tape or orders or level 2 with trade ideas? No, we do not have level 2 data. We do not have time and sales data. We do not have level 2 data. I'm going to sound like an old boomer trader here. I'm not a boomer. I'm not that old, but I'm going to sound like an old boomer trader here when I say the level 2 is meaningless in today's marketplace. I started trading in the late 90s and level 2 was a very, very valuable tool. Back then, level 2 showed you actual size of the trades, not hidden size. And there were no dark pools back then. Level 2 showed you how much size is on the bid, how much size was on the offer, and more importantly, who was on the bid and who was on the offer. You would see it was Morgan Stanley buying 20,000 shares, Goldman Sachs buying 50,000 shares, Merrill Lynch, all the big brokers. You would see who they were, and that was information. Today, with all the market makers being powered by algorithms, and it's all anonymous on the exchanges, and it's all hidden size. They might be showing that they're buying 100, but really they're buying 100,000 shares, right? It's just, I think it's complete garbage. It's completely useless. But if you use it and you found a way for it to work for you, great. That's what makes a market, right? There's no one way to do anything in trading. There's no right answer for anything. It's whatever works for you. So, sorry, Paul, we do not have level 2 data. You'll have to find that through your broker. If you're trading with a commissionable broker, not a Robinhood, but your TD Ameritrades or your E-Trades or your Interactive Brokers, they provide all that for you. In most cases, free of charge. Okay, so Pamela, let's go back to you. When you buy an all-time high, what do you use as a rule to get out and take profit? Are you using percentage there as well? So good question, Pamela. The way I do it is I'm never looking to get out at the top because that's an exercise in futility. I'll never get the top. If I get the top, it's just completely lucky, right? What I do is I like to just trail a trailing stop loss. All right. I'm not going to get out at the top, but as the stocks are moving my way, I'm going to move my stop loss in the direction of the trend. That's it. Okay. I mean, it's not really all that complicated. In a perfect world, I'm going to get into a trade and it's going to go my way and I'm going to hold it forever, right? Because it just keeps going up. That never happens, of course, but a guy can dream. But I have certainly had trades that I got into that, I thought maybe this would be a 2-week or 3-week trade, and it turned into a 6-month trade or an 8-month trade because it just kept going higher. Or when it wasn't going higher, it wasn't really coming back. It was just kind of grinding sideways. I'm cool with that. I'll just place my stop loss just slightly below where the consolidation is happening. As long as it stays above there, I'll keep holding, and when I'm lucky, it'll resolve higher, and then boom, we got a new trend happening, and I can raise my stops again. But yeah, I don't have any profit targets on my swing trades usually. I mean, I'm not gonna say that always happens. There are times when I have taken profits on certain trades, but generally speaking, I want to give them all the rope they need to keep going higher. Iceberg trades are standard today. Sure. Well, let me just give you something. Give you some food for thought about standard. Okay. If by standard you mean that's what everybody does, great. If that's what everybody does, that's great. But let me ask you a question. When you know that 90% of active traders, especially retail traders, active retail traders over the life of their trading career, 90% of them lose money. I didn't make that stat up. That's what the industry tells me. Do you want to do what everybody else is doing? When 90% of everybody else is a net loser at the end of the day? Now again, I'm not shitting on iceberg trades. That might be great. But if that's what everyone's doing, do you want to do what everybody else is doing? I don't. This is something I think about a lot as a trader. If I find myself doing things that I think that everybody else is doing, and yeah, it might be working, and that's why everyone's doing it, well, those things tend to reverse very poorly for people. Because everyone who's doing the one thing, everybody wants to get out of that one thing at the same time. And when when the theater's on fire and everybody's heading to that one door exit, that's when bad things happen. So just something to think about there. Mystic. I'm not sure what your handle is there. But you don't always want to follow. Following the crowd sometimes is good, but you don't always want to follow the crowd. You want to be mindful of when you're following the crowd because you might be exposing yourself to risks you hadn't considered. That's my 23 years of trading experience talking. Okay, I seem to be caught up on the questions, guys. So if anyone else has any questions, somebody new, don't be shy. Don't be shy. There's no bad questions. Looks like I got Steve's answer questioned. Great. Awesome. Got to say, I'm still catching up to the time zone change. I don't want to call it jet lag, but 2 weeks out in the Hawaiian Islands, 4-hour time difference from where I'm at right now. I'm still playing catch up to the time. It hits me in weird ways. But it was funny being out there in Hawaii and I was peeking in on the market, see what the market was doing because I did have some open positions on, and it was funny that the market closed at 10 a.m. Since I teased it earlier, I should maybe go back to this. I've got a custom channel here in my channel bar. Why do I have two? Interesting. Okay, let's close one. We don't want two of those. Do I have more? No. Okay, interesting. So anyway, in my channel bar, I'm going to go to the AI Swings channel. This is a custom channel that I've created. Before I do that, I just saw a question come in perfect circle asking about my all-time high scan. No, on my layout, my all-time high scan is not anything proprietary. I'm happy to share it with you. I got a little alert window right here. This is showing me stocks that are printing all-time highs. So I will happily share this cloud link with you. Let me just right-click, and this will be instructional to everyone. who doesn't know how to do this quite yet. If you ever want to share a window or a layout with somebody else, a friend or whatever, you can easily do that. You right click in the window, you go to save or share to cloud. And here's the name of it, all-time highs. I'm going to hit save and share. It's going to give me this ugly URL code. All you need to do is just hit copy all. That will copy that code to your clipboard. And then I'm going to paste it here in the chat panel. And there's the cloud code in the chat panel. You're welcome to use that. And now to load that, all you need to do is copy that URL. And then in your trade ideas window, you go to your TI menu bar at the top. You go to you go to file, load from cloud, and you paste that URL code right in there. And you hit load, and it'll pop open on your screen. I just opened up a second version, but it'll pop up on your screen, and then you have it. If you want to save that, just make sure you save that to your cloud or save it in a layout, and then it's all yours. Well, a perfect circle. Does your all-time high scan show before it breaks or as it breaks? Well, let me ask you a question. If the stock is below the all-time high, then is it at an all-time high? I'm getting meta on you here, but no. The answer is no. It will not alert me before a stock makes an all-time high because by definition, it's not at an all-time high. It will only alert me when it prints an actual all-time high. I don't need to be ahead of it. Here's the thing about trading all-time highs, guys. And maybe I should have mentioned this earlier, but when you're buying a stock that's printing an all-time high, do you care if you get filled 5 cents higher or 10 cents higher? Like if you're chasing it? If I'm going to buy Amazon at $50 a share and ride it to 4,000, do I care if I bought it at 50.01 or 50.02 or 50.03? No, not at all. So no, I want to be alerted when the actual new high happens. I don't care about anticipating. I mean, look, you can anticipate and you can certainly use trade ideas to show you stocks are in an upper end of a range. If I wanted to, like in this all-time high scan, I could, well, actually this wouldn't work, but you do have the ability in other scan windows, if you want to use a position and range filter. And since we're talking about all-time highs, you could do position in lifetime range, right? You could use this filter, add the filter and set the max at say 99 and the minimum at say 95. This will show you all stocks that are within 5% of their all-time highs. Okay. So that's showing you stocks that are getting close. They might get there, but they're not there yet. Okay. So that's how you could do that perfect circle. All right, so I got distracted. Where was I going? Oh yeah, I was going to my AI Swings channel. So let's talk about all these positions I have in my Brokerage Plus, and not all of these were the TI Strength from TI Strength. Most of them, I shouldn't say most anymore, but many of them come from Holly. So we haven't talked about the Trade Ideas AI engine, what we call Holly, but we could certainly talk about that if people have questions. But I have a little window here set up. These are all the trades that Holly got into today, just the long trades. You notice I have a filter set up here. I've got set up just to show me the long strategy trades. Okay. I like to swing trade from the long side. That's my preference. I don't swing trade on the short side very often. So I just want to see the long swing trades. So these are all the trades that Holly got into today. Now, as many of you know who know what Holly is designed to be a day trader. All right, she doesn't carry any positions overnight. Every trade she gets into is entered before the market closes or exited before the market closes. But that's just an artificial constraint we've placed on the platform in service of day trading. The catalyst that got Holly into the trade in the first place could be anything. It could be any of 100 different things. It could be a stock making a new all-time high. It could be a stock exploding on volume. It could be an uptick in insider buying. It could be stock crossing a significant moving average or breaking through important resistance. Whatever that catalyst is, that catalyst has the potential to move a stock or push a stock for several days or several weeks if we're lucky. So that's why I like to use these Holly trades as just kind of like a bullpen for new ideas. So, okay, Holly got into these long trades. Great. Now what? Well, what I do is I like to cycle through each name, and I usually do this towards the end of the day, because by the end of the day, Holly's gotten into all the trades she will get into by then. So I usually do it at the end of the day. But I will cycle through, and you'll notice at the chart at the top here, I have 4 charts. They're all pointing to the same stock, but they're all different time frames. Start with a monthly chart, then a weekly chart, then a daily, then a 5-minute. I'm mostly paying attention to the monthly and weekly charts when I'm considering putting a trade on. Remember, I like to trade from the long side. And as a trader who likes to trade from the long side, I want the wind in my sails. I want to be jumping into a stock that's already trending higher. Okay? I'm not looking to be a hero and catch a bounce. I want to be where the momentum is. So I want to be stocks on the monthly and weekly chart where the chart is going from the bottom left to the upper right. In this case, yeah, it's mostly upper left, bottom left, upper right in the monthly and weekly. So that's probably a stock I would put on. Okay, let's go through all the tickers here. We'll start at the top of my list. SMBR. I don't like this pullback on the monthly chart. You can see it more clearly on the weekly chart. That's not one I would buy. KTB. I don't love it. I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. OMF. I don't love it either, but I don't hate it. And guys, this is all just subjective, right? This is not scientific. This is me just trusting my gut, but I'm using Holly as kind of like the filter to find me good swing trade candidates. This one is interesting. It's a relatively new issue. It's been consolidating for a long time. The weekly chart looks like it's poking its head up. I might consider this one. CYT. Nope, don't like it. LDI. Nope, don't like it. So I just walked you through my process, but that's really what I do every afternoon. I go through all trades and see what I like. And so every trade that you see here in my open positions, these were all either found through that process or they were TI strength alert trades. So Mystic is asking about PERI. Was that a brokerage plus or was that a Holly trade, or was it a TI strength alerts? It was a Holly trade. You could see here these little buy buttons. These are showing you Holly alerts. So if you look on the daily chart, Holly was alerted last week. So I got into it last week based on this second buy is where I got in. So that was a Holly one. So folks, I got about 12 minutes left to hang out with you. So if you got questions, come on in. See, it feels a little early to issue last call for questions, but we're getting close. If there's anybody out there listening to this right now who's been using the TI strength alerts, I'd love to hear how it's been working for you. Chime in, let us know. All right, well, good luck with that XPEV trade. Hope that works out for you. Eric has a question on a ticker PFUN, one I'm not familiar with. Halted on the way down after hitting my stop and selling for $700 profit. Then on a resumption, gap down to below it to $10. I'm not sure I follow, Eric. It sounds like what you're saying is you were in a stock, you were long the stock got halted. When it reopened, it opened at a price below your stop loss level, and you took a larger loss, or you gave back more of your profits than you wanted to. Eric, there's really no protection for something like that. That's one of the risks you take when you trade stocks, particularly penny stocks. I'm going to guess this is a penny stock. Yep, there it is, 382. When you're trading stocks like this, especially stocks that have a move like that, you are putting yourself at risk that you can't control. I mean, yeah, stop loss is great. I recommend everybody trade with a stop loss for sure. But if a stock gets halted, if it's a stock that is at high risk at getting halted, like a stock like this, then there's a good chance that halt, when the stock comes out of halt, is going to open up at a price through your stop loss level. And all of a sudden that position you thought you were only risking $300 of your capital on, you take a $700 loss that you weren't prepared for. So you have to know that going in, Eric, when you trade these penny stocks. I don't trade penny stocks for this very reason. Well, for a number of reasons, but this is one of the reasons I don't trade these penny stocks. It's there are new risks introduced that I'm not comfortable shouldering, so to speak. Well, Eric, it sounds like you came out all right, and that's good. That's good news. But I hope that experience taught you a lesson that when you're trading these stocks, man, you got to be careful. You got to be careful. There is that risk. And we've seen it happen. There's been a number of stocks just in recent weeks and recent months that have been just having crazy intraday moves for one reason or another. Maybe they're a meme stock or whatever, or a short squeeze. But, it's like a $5 stock that rips to 20, and then it gets halted, and then as soon as it comes out of halt, it opens back down at $7 or $3, and just people get killed. That's not the type of trade I want to be in. So I don't trade. I tend to stay away from stocks under $10 a share. I tend to stay away from microcap stocks. I seek comfort in large cap stocks. Not the largest cap, but I want a stock that at least has a market cap at least half a billion. So in this case, in this P fund, it has a 321. You can see it in my single stock window. You can see it's got a $321 million market cap. It's a little small for me. I like to stick above 500 million. That's half a billion. But that's just me. That's what keeps me in the game. All right, folks, I am now going to issue the last call for questions. I got about 7 minutes till the top of the hour. So if you're sitting on something, hit me now, or either wait till next Monday when I'll be back hosting the live Q&A, or we do these live Q&As every trading day at noon Eastern. We have a rotating cast of characters who host. I typically do Mondays. I'm back from holiday now. I was gone the last 2 weeks because I was on vacation with my family, as I said at the top. But I typically do Mondays. Michael Noss typically does Tuesdays, and Steve Gomez does Wednesday. Jamie Hodge does Thursday. Andy Lindloff does Friday. And occasionally you'll hear Chris Varley filling in. He filled in for me the last 2 weeks. Chris Varley is great. He fills in for anybody who needs help or needs time off for whatever reason. So my point is, we do it every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. And so if you ever have questions, whether they're beginner questions, advanced questions, or anything in between, come on in. Come spend the time with us. This is the best place for us to answer your questions because we can demonstrate live on the screen what it is you need to see. I am out of water. Stand by 1 sec, everybody. I'm just going to go fill up my water cup. I'll be right back. All right, we're back in business. So Majestic. I'm trading options more and more, getting good alerts from the option scanner. That's great. That's great to hear, man. Yeah, I mean, Barry's got an option scanner he talks about all the time. I don't know if I have a version of it here in my cloud. I think I do. Load from cloud. Let's go search options. So here's the latest version of it that I have from September 1st. I don't know if Barry's made any tweaks to it, but this is the option scanner that Barry uses. And yeah, he's looking to get into stocks that are seeing some unusual options activity, which is a great strategy. I mean, look, there's a whole cottage industry of traders out there who pay attention to unusual options activity. What is unusual options activity? Maybe I should explain what that means. Basically, what that means is we're seeing a lot of, more volume than we would normally see in that particular ticker across all the options in it, or we're seeing large prints at a specific strike and a specific expiration. That's generally what unusual options activity means. And so there's a whole cottage industry out there that thinks that, well, if somebody is making an informed bet and putting on a large trade in the options market, that somebody is probably in the know, knows something is coming. Maybe they might even be trading on insider information. We see that all the time, right? But somebody knows something, as my friend Lee Corso from College Game Day will say. And so that is can oftentimes be a lead-in for a stock trader to take a position, right? If you see unusual options activity and you're willing to make the bet on the direction, you could put yourself in a position for a really large win. Doesn't happen all the time, of course, or maybe there is a big move coming, but you got the move wrong. You thought the big move was going to be up, but it actually turned out to be going down. That happens, certainly. Yeah, when you combine unusually strong options volume with trends, it could be pretty cool. It could be pretty powerful. And I know Barry's been using it to great effect. Well, guys, I see some questions coming in about some stocks. I mean, that's not really what we do here, but since we're not getting any questions, let's take a quick look here. SPIR. What do I think of SPIR? I don't have much of a thought on it. Look at this chart. Doesn't look like it trades a whole lot intraday. It's only done 278,000 shares. I mean, it's not terrible, but yeah, I don't have a thought on that one. No special insight. Let's see what this up with CLF. So CLF is the trade of the week from Steve Gomez this week. He took a long trade, I believe. I mean, if I had to set a price target, I would say, why not right back at the all-time highs? Or I don't know if those are all-time highs, but why not back up here around 26? Let's retest him. That might be at least a near-term target. Maybe you take half your position off there and see if you can follow through. I mean, look at this. The monthly and the weekly trends are pretty strong. They're in your favor. So I like that for a swing trade for sure. All right, folks. So last call for software questions. Last call. I got 2 minutes left, or actually like less than 2 minutes left to hang out with you. And then we're going to pass it back to Barry in the live trading room. And Barry will take you all the way into the close. Robert, I'll finish with your question there. Robert says, you like all-time highs. I'm looking at all stocks coming through the all-time high scan. What do you like to see on the chart and trend to support a buy for you? I hinted at it earlier, but when I see, let's bring up my layout here real quick, and he's talking about my all-time high alert scan. So what I like to see, I don't trade every stock that comes through here when it prints a new all-time high. Let's pull up this ENTG. I like to buy the all-time highs when it makes the first all-time high in a while. So back here on October 22nd, when it poked its head up and that was like, the first new all-time high in over a month, that's when I get more interested. Or maybe back here when it was September 14th, it looks like, That was breaking out over a multi-month range right there, right? So I don't just buy any all-time high. Like I don't think I would buy ENTG today. It's made a bunch of all-time highs over the last few days and several over the last couple of weeks. I like to buy it when it's first breaking out. That's the way I like to do it. I'm not saying it's the right way to do it, but that's how I like to do it. That's what makes me more comfortable. At the end of the day, you got to do what is right for you. So Robert, good question. And that brings us to the top of the hour, folks. So we're going to be passing this back to Barry in just a sec. Just a reminder, we do these every trading day, noon Eastern. So come on back anytime and we'll answer your questions for you. So folks, I'm going to sign off here, and but stay here on the screen. We will flip back to Barry. The next voice you hear and the next screen you see will be Barry. Take care, everybody. It was good talking with you. Hope you have a great trading week.
Okay, so keeping an eye on the Eaton again, see if it breaks out. It's got some room. I have an alert set up in this area. Again, if it breaks, if I get that price alert, doesn't mean I take the trade. I want to see some volume accompanying that break. So I don't have to stare at the chart. All I have to do is wait for the price alert to, if it happens, it'll pop up on my screen. Then I can click on the alert, and then I can check the chart to see, okay, is it coming on volume? This is what I'm talking about, our price alerts. Let me get rid of some of these. Ija, thank you. Okay, and now I know you guys can hear me. So you see, this is the price alerts window. Minimize it so that if the price alert happens, that window will pop up on your screen. Price alerts from new, from our toolbar, click on new, and then price alerts window. So you don't have to be staring at the price alerts window. It doesn't have to take up any screen space. You can just minimize it, and then again, it'll pop up on your screen whenever when the price, if a price alert happens. And again, this is a relatively low float also, 20 million in the float. And we just have a halt here. Oops, sorry. A resume, sorry. We have a resume for BTTX. So, hey, who knows? Maybe I will get my pullback. I'll get my pullback all the way to 17. Sorry. I'll do this again. So I'm gonna move that up. I said I'm going to move it up. It doesn't want to move up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of that. Cancel that order. Okay. Now I'm going to put a new one right here. Pull back. This is in the simulator again. So say to 1739. 300 shares at 1739. Just to show you how this works. Click the buy button, and now there will be a new. And you know, why would I put it there? Well, you look at the 15-minute chart. You got some, looks like there's some support around that area. I don't know, was the news good in BBIG? Well, again, it's like a lot of these, I mean, the news maybe looked good and there's all sorts of flurry of excitement in the pre-market, but, when the market opens and nobody cares. No, I see there was some news at 8:30 or a spin-off of subsidiary. Cryptide announces. So, I mean, there was some news, but you know what? So what? I shouldn't say it like that, but okay, the market reacted and then said, you know what? Maybe the news isn't that great. I mean, obviously they're trying to take advantage of a hot sector. So they put something in a press release, with Bitcoin mining. But look at crypto also today. I mean, look at crypto. Here's, I can trade this finally. Not that I want to, but I can finally trade this. But look at crypto. All of my fields under the new table are shaded or not selectable. That's from you, Jason. So where exactly are you talking? Under the new table, what new are you talking about? Are you talking about? I need a little more information. Okay, so you're talking about from the toolbar, and when you click on new, is that what you mean? Yeah, so you're talking about when you click on new from the toolbar, and you're saying you cannot click on alert window as an example and have something like this pop up. Is that what you mean? Okay, so when you look at your toolbar, can you see a green ball, which means you would have a live connection? Or is it red, or is it orange, or yellow? Is it a green ball? Which would mean you have a connection, number one. And if you can't see it, you might just have to grab the toolbar and stretch it out a bit so you can see the ball. Okay. Are you a new subscriber, Jason? So, Jason, are you a new subscriber? Okay. I think what's happened, not 100% sure, but I'm going to have to send you to our accounting. It may be because you didn't fill out the exchange agreements correctly, or you didn't indicate whether you're a professional or non-professional. I'm sure you're a non-professional. Has to be filled out correctly. So what I'm going to do is send you to our homepage, okay? A link to our homepage. I can't help you because I don't have access to your account. But if you go to our homepage and start a live discussion and give them the email address that you signed up for, that you used to sign up for, and they can take a look at your account to find out what's going on. It's probably the exchange agreements. Jason, the reason is that you're in the YouTube room, okay? There is another trading room, which is a lot more robust. I can give you the link. You can stay in the YouTube room, but there is another trading room. But first, definitely go to the home page. Click on that home page link. And it won't be a pop-up, but something will say something like "Start live discussion," something to that effect. So if you just signed up 5 minutes ago, so I just put the link in above you where it says TI Trading Room. And this is what it looks like. There's a lot more activity in here, more traders, etc. Okay. YouTube's fine if you just want to hear me, I suppose, and see my screen. But if you want more action among traders, then come to the trading room, what I call the main trading room. Boy, keeping an eye on this Eton, guys, E-T-O-N. Yeah, great alert from, look at this. Yeah, look at this piling in on the AI, LDI. I mean, it took a long time. There was the alert at 765, so it really didn't do much. But now, and it's an earnings play. You can always, an earnings play, typically they will be active all day long. Especially something like this that doesn't trade very much. You can see, I mean, it's 18 times normal, that 3.2 million shares, 16 million in the float, so it's a low float situation. Doesn't trade very much. Check out the daily candles, the daily chart, and look what's happening today. I mean, just obviously way more than it normally trades. Why? Because it's an earnings play.
How did 2020 crop buy take 10 years to get through, and 2021, how was your life, mate?
Too bad it doesn't trade options, so it's not showing up on my option scanner.
Guitarist, keyboardist for that band right there, Aha, and celebrating a birthday today. Right along with Eddie McDonald from The Alarm, bass player. Anthony Kiedis of the Chili Peppers, Red Hot, also getting a little bit older today, as is Lyle Lovett. Rick Allen from the
Okay, guys. Again, wow. I guess I got to look at it, but GME is now over 200. Oh goodness. Big daily candle in this one. I don't know if I don't. You're BlackBerry? I have no idea if it's into crypto. Here's another, maybe not enough room. Yeah. CSWC, another one of those regional banks. A lot of them got kicked last week. Let's see what Kate is doing. I remember that one from last week. Look at this. Interesting. Okay, I don't know what happened here. Because this was moving down on earnings October 25th, and look at Friday. I don't recall what happened. Must be some news on it, maybe a buyout or something. But a lot of the regional banks just got hit last week. All right, Jason, welcome. You'll see there's a lot more action here. Also, I don't think you won't have a lag anymore. Well, this is a regional, but again, look at this, October 28th. So I had earnings, it didn't look good, but now this is bouncing up a little bit. Let's take a look at the sector status. If we recall what was happening pre-market, let's take a look at the changes. Okay, so all the energy plays are still up. Technology, a bit of a fade. I think when we were looking at pre-market, it was around 80 odd percent. But look at communications, 84%. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors that affect the market, and these percentages, what they mean, for instance, 100%, that means that every single energy stock is above Friday's close. That's what that means. So there's really, real estate, I'm just looking to see what would be the weakest sector right now. There's really, I suppose you could say real estate, only 41% are up. So obviously, if you were going to take an energy stock today, you were on the right side of what the overall energy sector was doing. Look at Devon. Boy, that BKKT, wow, if it takes out that 50, this could get it really running. Such a psychological number to get through. 49.71 was the high. I'll stick an alert around 50.51. See if it takes that out and starts running from there. Okay, Eaton is just still hanging in here. Now listen, if this gets some volume, takes out that high right there around 636, and on a volume, because obviously it's on 636, it must be up at around 640 or so. There's my price alert, that blue line you see. So if it takes it out, but on volume, what I want to see is like a breakthrough to the new high on volume. That will get me interested probably into the trade. I'm not suggesting anybody does the same thing. I'm just pointing that out. But it has to happen on volume. Look at the volume decrease in the 5-minute chart. If it broke through that on this sort of volume, well, there's no enthusiasm. So it could just as easily just come right back down. You get a little bit of a volume push like what we had there on the 15, or one like that right here. So it's not so much the absolute volume; it's in relation to the previous candles, which will show you whether or not there's, enthusiasm right now. So who asked that question before about having everything grayed out even though they had a green ball? Want to make sure you've been taken care of. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Yeah, you were in. That was a YouTube question. You're right. Okay. Yeah, I got some linking issues today. Son of a. I don't know if it's Interactive Brokers or something's going on, but I'm not able to. I had to reload Interactive Brokers. Anybody having IB issues? Nope. Okay. Yeah, I've got some linking issues. I may have to reload my program again. I already did it once. LDIs. I wanted to maybe take this one, but I can't. I can't load it. I can manually do it, but yeah, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I had a little bit of that in terms of the connection loss, but it was so minor. This is different. This is on linking. Ah, LDI is running away from me. I wanted that one. Little pullback right there. Boom. Earnings play. You know what? I'm going to have to shut down my IB account again, broker, and see if I can reestablish the link. So give me a moment here, guys. Hedge fund investment movement? No. Data stop? No. I mean, this is not, if you want to term it a hedge fund, but I mean, we do have institutional, okay? But I don't think that's exactly what you're looking for. you go to our what am I looking for? Fundamentals. So held by insiders, held by institutions, okay? The percent. But it's not going to show you a percent increase or decrease. It'll just give you the percent. All right, guys, there is a red bar ignored for GREE, G-R-E-E on the 15-minute. Only 2 E's, not 3. And you'll see right here, there's a red bar ignored right there. Now, probably coming into a ton of resistance here, but if it can break through that 2650 mark, but look, you see there's the green bar, there's the red bar, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green, moving above the high of that red bar, which was around 2607. So, but you know, this is a very low float, 4.5 million in the float. Very active stock on Friday. And you know, I mean, if it can get through this, all this is 20. I know you're giving up a lot, but 27. But I mean, this got up to over $30 after hours on Friday. And well, there it is. I mean, it's at 27 right now. And it's moving. Has earnings on the 4th after hours. And then there's Williams spoiling the party. All right, guys, there is the BKKT. Now, it did pull right back down. It briefly got through that $50 mark. I'm going to set my alert again. BKKT, it popped over 50, came right back down.
Hey, so I've just gone through a trick-or-treat bag that's laying here in the studio. It's like, oh, on this first wave deal. And what should I find but a little leftover candy from last night? And I know, I'm sorry, I should talk a little quieter because you've got a little leftover hangover from last night. But here's a little leftover Halloween treat for you, first, right?
Oh, I'm really watching. Okay, William, I don't know how much you want to make on this one, but I'm really watching Gree right now. Come on.
Booyah.
No, it didn't work. Well, I may be one of those sheeples if it breaks out. So we'll see. I've got an alert set for about 2760 or something like that. Let's look at ABVC. This was so active. Well, I don't know. What you're saying? You think it could break out? Let's take a look. Right. Okay, guys. Well, I've been trading this Gree. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm still having some linking issues. I just want to see if I can. Okay. Oh man. Go Gree go. I mean, look, I'll be shamelessly cheerleading it. Again, the post-market high was around 30.67. Not saying it's going to get there or anywhere close to it, but great little trading vehicle right now. So somebody mentioned ABVC. I don't see. Am I wrong? I thought somebody said maybe ABVC wants to go. Well, seems to have some room. You mean on underneath? There's a big mover in the pre-market. Had an interesting first 30 minutes, but I mean it's just been dropping ever since. This was call it a meme stock that has just run out of steam. The meme that ran out of steam. A little Dr. Seuss there. Haven't seen this one for a while. Grill. G-R-I-L. Grill. Little Muscle Maker Inc. Look at the volume that is coming in. Look at the volume, guys. And there's the 200-day, so it's a little bit above that area, the 200-day. Or it's sitting right at it now, 156, 157. Some grill. Something's happening. Somebody wants it. 2.7. I mean, look at the float. 14 million in the float. 2.82 on that candle right there. That's half. Basically half would have traded all day. Did nothing. All of a sudden, boom. Somebody wants it. I mean, somebody really wants it. Wouldn't surprise me if this if this gets halted. Just looking right here. No, it had to keep going, I guess, to get halted. So let's look left on that daily chart. Obviously nothing. We got to go back to 247. That's back in April of this year. Those are the highs. Look left on the weekly though. What do we see? Yeah, so we see 173 right there. After that, it has some room. All right, I must put an alert up here. I know William is short, but I'm going to stick an alert right up there. Can't short this for me anyway, Interactive Brokers. Nicely done, Zach, on the BKKT. Yeah, the BTTX guys, I mean, this may not be over. I don't know if it's going to approach the highs of the day, but that, pretty big pullback outside of Real's parameters, I believe. I think he says max 3 and a 15, maybe 4, but there's the bounce. $3 bounce off the lows right there on the 15-minute chart. $20.79, yeah, that okay, there's the VWAP. So if you got in there, that's good. MRAI just got altered, as somebody pointed out. Look at the volume that came in. 5.5 million in the float, so very low float. Now, if this holds, holy smokes, if this holds, look at this. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This is, where it could open. This is going to be moving around. But there's the halt at 575. Again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. And if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be opening at 146 plus 16 seconds. But you can see how this moves around. Now it's dropping to 6.6. This kind of gives you maybe a bit of a clue of where it's going to open. Absolutely real. There's enough for both sides. Definitely enough for both sides. Boy, this MRAI, let's see if there's any specific news. I do not see. Well, they announced that this is on 29th, so they announced this over the weekend, I guess. Oh, I'm an idiot. I was looking, that's why. Okay, so that was on Friday. Was it after hours? Okay, so after hours, they announced the closing of the financing. Announced closing of initial IPO and full exercise of over-allotment option, etc., etc. So, be really interesting to see where this opens. There's the high last week. Keep an eye on that grill, guys. It's right back up, GRIL. I will say this. I'm looking at that 15-minute chart, or 5-minute chart. Two topping tails right here. Around that 175 mark. One, of course, on the 15. This hasn't closed yet. But not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. FSR, another new high, guys. EV play, of course. I can't short grill. I would have liked to maybe taken a shot at shorting grill, but I can't because Interactive Brokers has no shorts available. All right, checking out the gray again. It had the pullback, the two topping tails, pullback. Not getting my fill. Not getting my fill where I wanted it for the gree. All right, well listen, grill's right back up. Right back up. Didn't get it. Okay, let's see. It's not, I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, you're right. You wouldn't want. You'd like to see it tighter, but I mean, for something that's moving this quickly with that float, that's not the worst I've seen, of course. And we're talking about the gree. Now look at it. Okay, come on, take out that high. Really? Well, wait a minute. Okay, what are we talking about? Gree or grill or who are we talking about now, Greg? Because as you know, yeah, no, I don't see anything. Not available for me at Interactive Brokers, not grill. GRIL. Interesting, yeah. Maybe it is different. Wow, look at gree. Who cares about no shorts available for grill? Got to trade him though. You got to trade him. I am surprised though, but I guess it depends. I mean, yeah, I'm using the Canadian version of IB, so I wonder if that happens. If that's a common occurrence. So how many shorts? How many shorts available? 55,000. Interesting. Yeah. No. This is what I'm looking at right there. Wow. Sorry guys, it's kind of fun, when you something you're in zooms up for you. Speaking of which, what happened with the MRAI? Okay, so it came out of its halt at 570 something, popped up to 621. I'm going to stick an alert right down here around 568. See if that holds and it pops off it. Yeah, grill isn't working for me, but that's okay. I'm going to hold on just a little bit more. All right, so I took a little loss on the grill. I will take a look at this later on. If it breaks out again. Maybe that 77 mark. Uh, 152. So guys, I'm actually in a marketing meeting today. Not a marketing meeting, a development meeting. There's first Monday of every month. I think today is Monday and today is the first day. So I'm in a development meeting at 2 o'clock. I always like to sit in on them to hear what might be happening. See, the spread isn't terrible. I mean, you know, for a stock that is moving so quickly and such a low float and that price, spread is not ridiculous. But you got to trade it. When I'm not talking to you specifically, Jason, but just, you know, I always say you've got to trade these. Can't expect that they're just going to keep ripping higher and higher and higher. Yeah, still no shorts available for me for grill. I'm not grill, but Gree. Were you talking grill or Gree? Because there's almost 1 million shares available for Gree. Okay, you were talking grill. Okay. Not that I did not short it on the way down. I'm probably I'll be in this development meeting in a few minutes, so I can't be in anything that is so whippy. And here I'm thinking about going long MRAI. Very low float, 5.4 million in the float. Boy, a pop through 6. I know, William, I know you're short this one, but a pop through 6 on volume, that could really get it running again. And RAI. All right. That's why you have a stop, guys. Grill. Look what it's doing now. Talk about the stops all the time. Okay, that's why you have a stop. Didn't get all wrapped up and thinking it had to go higher, etc. Nope. Just to get out, manage to swallow a little loss on it, as opposed to a far bigger one if I'd been holding it. Oh, I never watch it. Perfect. Why are you asking me that? All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so I was looking at MRAI. I almost took up what was in that meeting when it broke over 8, and thought maybe, sorry, 8 over 6. I thought maybe that might get it going, but I don't know. Oh, these topping tails now. ARMP halted on the way down. Yeah, it's on our halts. Oh, I'm sorry, on the way up. Sorry. In our halt scanner. There's that bear flag, that bull flag that was Real was talking about for the GREE, G-R-E-E.
Hello, hello. Slug O, first wave. We play the good stuff. We got it all piled up.
That definitely compensates, yes. Not that I say anything that you guys really can't hear, but yes.
It's one of
It
those,
would-
what's the point of the dance?
But thank you, yes.
Playing disc song, sort of songs. I mean, this is a perfect example of what it is we do here. Ms.
So ARMP, let's see if there's any news on them. Okay, you're talking about a owner? Yeah, I see that. I'm just looking, I want to see it if I can find it in my news. Obviously it's not going to be there. I'm looking at IB, don't see that. Yeah, don't see it in the IB news. Trying to play some very generic stuff, guys, with making sure nothing offensive may come over the airwaves. Well, in that particular one, but I have found that IB is very has got a lot of pretty up-to-date news headlines. You know, in that particular one, I don't see it, but that's okay. Actually, I see it now. 407. So let's see now. 9.8 million in the float. Work at that. You know what? There's that 200 day just above it. My guess, unless it takes that out with a vengeance, it's just going to stall there and maybe come right back down. But let's see what happens when it gets out of the halt. 233. So 238 plus 39 seconds. So in a couple of minutes, if it's a 5-minute halt, we'll see what happens. And I'm not seeing a very robust open. There's the Sluggo, guys. I had this one as a price alert, SLGG. Interesting area for it to take out. The highs are right up here, 440. I know this is not really armpit, but ARMP. So 407. So again, we've got another, just about a minute, if it's a 5-minute halt, for it to open up. I can try, Mike. Okay, a little over half a minute for this to open. I'm not seeing any wild open yet. I see 378, 412, so that's what I see. I don't see a wild open.
PHCF. PHCF.
Let me think about that, Mike. In terms of only red, I don't use that filter at all. So let me. I'm just wanting to see this ARMP open first, if you don't mind. Then I'll. Okay, it just opened, and a little bit of a move, not huge. Coming. Look at that 200-day moving average, 424. Not a great spread, 22.30, 22.30, 24.35. Wow, this could take it out. I mean, there it is, 200 days, so it could take it out. But it's a terrible spread. I mean, 11, yeah, it's hard to trade this. $408, 413. So looks like that 200-day. I mean, I know it got above it a little bit, but looks like that's going to stall it. But the spread is not great. Just more action with traders, William. There are more traders in the what I call the main trading room. Other than that, I mean, they see my screen, hear me at the same time. That's the main difference. There's just more action, more activity. Boy, this is really okay. Maybe it might go now. 430, 441, 443. It's a bad spread. If you guys are watching, if you're watching the bid ask, I mean, you just sort of see that it's kind of all over the place. Do I use a Bloomberg terminal? No. All right, guys. It doesn't look like this ARMP. This looks more like a short now. Just watching to see how well it holds 4. Topping tails. Oh, I have no idea. I've never had a Bloomberg terminal, so I have no idea. I'm just trying to get a gauge on this ARMP, guys, to see if it's going to hold 4 and then pop from there. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. All right, you asked the question, the 2-minute wide range bar. I don't think so, but let me just see. You're talking about the alert. I don't. You know what? You might want. No, I don't think so. I mean, it's possible. I don't know what happens if you could put in a negative number. I've never tried that. Maybe try a negative number. Maybe that would do it. I really don't know. I don't use this alert whatsoever, so it's possible. Have you tried that? Put a negative number in just to see what happens? Okay, then there was no way. Maybe the negative might trick it. I mean, the other thing, you might want to, in conjunction with another, with a filter, Yeah. Yeah, there's no easy way. I mean, it's possible in conjunction with another filter. You see, we have the running down alert, but that's not gonna. I mean, you could try that, use the running down alert also in conjunction with that alert. But those are two alerts, of course. So you might get a lot of running downs that are not wide range bars. The only other way I could think of is a filter. Yeah, I just don't see how you can do it. All right, well, the ARMP, I mean, it's holding 4 now. Maybe if it gets up to that 428, 430 level, it may have a run. I'm just watching it because it seems to have enough room, but it's got to get again through that 200-day moving average. So that is definitely kind of caused it to, I mean, it did get above it, 449, 424, so it did get above it. I mean, there is a custom formula. Yeah, I wonder if but it's usually for stock moving up. And it's P underscore up underscore 1. Something like that. But that I don't know. I don't think we have the equivalent on the downside. What was the price target? I remember somebody had a price target on this one. Was it Morgan Stanley or 25 for Sophie? SOFI? This is a big move for it today. Well, it depends on your style of trading, I guess, Robert. I mean, if you're looking for the quick volume bursts with an associated price increase, then obviously the volume up in 1 minute would be the way to go. You know, so you see the move, I guess before, if you're just using a 5 or a 15. But it depends on your style of trading. No, it was P. It was this. It was P underscore up underscore 1. I just don't think we have a P underscore down underscore 1. You know what? You can try it. No, who knows? Maybe it'll work. You know, just put it in the custom formula, put P underscore down underscore 1, and see if that'll work, if it accepts it. If you get an error, then you know that it's not available. You're welcome. All right, guys, we're getting close to the end. So one last post about the 25% off. I'm almost 100% sure, almost, that it's going to end tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? So there it is, the Test Drive 25. It still is alive. So when you click on my link, this is what you see, so you can use that. And again, on my homepage, not my website, but my homepage, Trade of the Week, Stock of the Day video, and all the education. These are all the free. These are the 3 free sections. And of course, here is my scan section. You have to be a subscriber. Here's a layout that I'm sharing, and a lot of individual scans, so you might want to take a look at. And again, the education. Lots of good education now, especially this user guide, a very comprehensive user guide now. That is now going to be updated as new things happen, as opposed to, waiting a year. We never really had one before, to be honest. But this is very comprehensive now. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I would take a look at the introductory lessons. That'll get you going with just the basic features. So you don't have to dive into the user guide first. I would take a look at this. And then the daily support sessions between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. And the daily webinars. We are on the Tuesday-Thursday rotation this week. So, and then next week it's Monday-Wednesday. So you can sign up for them all right here though. And back to basics, new to trading. Great little series, okay? Starts off with literally what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, I would take a look at this, developed by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. So a lot of information on my homepage. Including these 2 sections right here, education and my scans. So save my link, then you can look at all this whenever you want. Humasite, H-U-M-A. So this was an IPO back here. Really hasn't done much. Back here as in 3 months ago. Could be interesting tomorrow. I mean, maybe, you can see right here, past few weeks, it's just been slip sliding away. Of course, this week is the first day of the week, so maybe, I'd maybe stick an alert to see if it wants to have some kind of recovery. HUMA. Goods. I just noticed you're posting right now. Thank you. So it was a SPAC, AHAC, okay. Or was it a new symbol? It was a SPAC, thank you, okay. That's what I thought when you mentioned AHAC. It's just getting so difficult to keep track of them all. I wanted to see if they're doing the same letter sequence. Maybe not. Very choppy, that MRAI is very choppy. I'd be more, the grill, I mean, it's been choppy too, though. I have to admit, it's been very choppy. A little disappointed in the Eaton, but you know what? Tomorrow it may do its thing. You know, I mean, it's got it's got a lot of room for Eaton, ETON. Maybe tomorrow. So I still have my alert set here. Takes that out tomorrow. It has a shot. I mean, there's a lot of room. Well, okay, a perfect circle. I mean, if you were going to be an originator of a bunch of SPACs. So, for instance, I know Chamath, he started IPOA, and then, you know, makes sense, IPOB, IPOC, IPOD, etc. Just so they're all kind of related. I guess that was his reasoning, and some others have followed suit. Well, there's the grill, guys. The grill is on the move here. Might take this out right now. What's the float? 14 million in the float? Blue Apron ripping. Okay, let's take a look at Blue Apron before I shut the room down. And you are right. Look at the volume. Yeah, a ton of volume coming in. That 341,000 right there, that's about a third of the total volume. But I wonder if anybody pounded that down. I'm not sure if tomorrow is a Fed day. You mean the minutes and all that? I don't think so. It's not usually this early in the month, but I may be wrong. Usually they're around the second or third week, but I may be wrong. Yeah, this DGNS. Well, that was not bad from the option scanner. I haven't really, there's probably too many in it today. Normally we don't have that many in the option scanner, but DGNS, I see it showed up at 10:11. At time was 11:44 at 10:11. So it really, you know, it hung around this area for a while, and now it's starting to surge. DGNS, metaverse play, okay, sure, why not? Yeah, well, I mean, Vuzi is another one. The KOPN is another one in terms of the metaverse. I'm gonna wrap my head around that. Meanwhile, CMTL, I know I saw this one earlier, CMTL. This is an earnings play? No, it had some kind of a major pop pre-market. It kind of fell down, starting to move again. So the pre-market high was way up here at 28.62. All right, well, this one's got some room. There's the 200-day, 362. We've seen this one, this PHCF, China stock. Probably a low float, very low float, 3.7 million in the float. Look at the volume coming in. There's 1.5 million shares right here. And for those of you who are following AMC, there's a big volume surge for AMC right here, and corresponding price pop. All right, everybody, I think I'll shut the room down now. Hopefully I have my Bluetooth issue fixed by tomorrow. Hopefully this afternoon. Any final questions? If so, I will stick around. Otherwise, I'll shut the room down. Yeah. So Jesus, I have no idea. You have to consult a tax accountant. I can't give any information like that. Sorry. You might do a search perhaps on the internet or something like that, but I cannot give you any. I have no idea. Okay, everybody, I don't see any more questions, so I'll shut the room down now. I will open tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So, have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.